added into the bounty pool, the super high roller with a guarantee of 11 million Taiwan dollars, and of course, the APT main event with a mind-boggling guarantee of 65 million Taiwan dollars. 65 million Taiwan dollars! For all information regarding when and where each event is happening, buy-ins and guarantees, make sure to check out apt.poker. That's spelled apt.poker. All of this will be brought to you on our live streams and daily highlights, so follow along and let's play at APT Taipei!
こんにちは、谷口彩奈です。私は日本でモデル、そしてポーカー大会の MC などもしています。そして APT 台北の開催が決定しています。それでは皆さん、APT 台北ポーカークラシック2024でお会いしましょう。
Welcome back, everybody. I'm Neil Johnson, president of the Asian Poker Tour, and today we are here to talk about classic poker in Taiwan. That's right, the Taipei Poker Classic. It's the APT's TPC at the APA and the CML in partnership with CTP. That's 114 events with guarantees totaling over 150 million Taiwan dollars. I don't know what that is in PHP and VND and the rest, but it's a lot. It's like over 4.5 million USD. The main event itself, 65 million Taiwan in guarantee. Don't think that 65 million is just going to be easy to grab either, though. You're going to have to fight off at least 1,000 other players over 5 days. Then you get to go home with Mufasa. We've got a really exciting new event as well. Through our sponsorship with Bybit, for 800 USD on October 1st, you get to play a mystery bounty. I mean, everybody loves mystery bounty. You get to pull the little envelope, see what you've won. But this mystery bounty is going to have approximately 40,000 USD in added value. Like, this isn't coming from the prize pool. It isn't anything. This is all being put on top. Everybody who draws one bounty gets to draw a second one and see if you can take down some of the fantastic added value that Bybit is putting into this event. There's 114 events, and there's everything that you've come to expect from the new era Asian Poker Tour. We've got our turbos, our hyper turbos, our super hyper turbos. There's going to be a high roller every day. We've got the Omaha Masters. We have a Big O Masters for the first time ever. We've got a 7-card stud Masters for the first time ever that is going to show who are the champions in these no-limit hold'em variants. You know, where the real poker gets played, where you don't just get 2 cards and you put all your chips in the middle, where you have to actually, you know, learn the game. Okay, I might be a little biased. We'll just edit that. Taipei is a can't-miss destination. Look at all the places that you can go. Look at what it is to be in Taipei for the Taipei Poker Classic with the Asian Poker Tour. This is what APT is about, everyone. So, have you figured out when you're coming now? I can help you with your hotels. Do you need a card from the airport? We can hook you up with that. Do you need any information about how to buy in? Registrations at apt.poker? Oh, you need money for buy-ins. See you in Taipei.
No, it's here. It's finally here, the APT Taipei Poker Classic. The APT Taipei Poker Classic is happening over the next 11 days in 2 separate venues, with shuttles going between each venue every half hour. There's a lot happening. Oh yeah, and over 100 events, including a mystery bounty sponsored by Bybit with an additional 40k USD added into the bounty pool, the super high roller with a guarantee of 11 million Taiwan dollars, and of course, the APT main event with a mind-boggling guarantee of 65 million Taiwan dollars. 65 million Taiwan dollars! For all information regarding when and where each event is happening, buy-ins and guarantees, make sure to check out apt.poker. That's spelled apt.poker. All of this will be brought to you on our live streams and daily highlights, so follow along and let's play at APT Taipei!
皆 皆さんこんにちは、古須佐子です。私は日本を中心にグラビアアイドルと YouTuber として活動しています。次回は APT 台北の開催が決定しています。もちろん私も参加します。なぜなら私の今の目標が APT のライオンのトロフィーを日本に持ち帰りたいという目標があるので、その目標を叶えるために APT 台北参加します。そしてこの APT 台北メインイベントの出場資格を得ることができる APT ジャパンチャレンジも開催されます。最新情報をお楽しみにしていてください。それでは APT 台北ポーカークラシック2024でお会いしましょう。待ってます。こんにちは、谷口彩奈です。私は日本でモデル、そしてポーカー大会の MC などもしています。そして APT 台北の開催が決定しています。それでは皆さん APT 台北ポーカークラシック2024でお会いしましょう。
Welcome back, everybody.
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
Welcome to the Asian Poker Tour Taipei Poker Classic 2024. My name is Vidar Singhal and I'm joined by Sam Insole in the booth as we kick off an incredible series, 11 days of poker, over 100 events, and here we are at the very first day of the streaming schedule. Sam, I could not be more pumped. How are you feeling, man?
Very, very, very excited. Like you said, over 100 events going. We are kicking off today with the Natural 8 India. These players are flown in, they have their accommodation booked, and they are playing for the first APT Lion Trophy for the Natural 8 series.
That's it. It's all about those Lion trophies, as you know. Of course, what's super exciting is that the main event kicks off tomorrow. That is a 65 million Taiwanese dollar guarantee. That's 2 million USD. It's called the Classic for a reason. We're back to the original
Ni hao,
buy-in.
guys. Hey,
Here we
hey,
go.
hey. This
Natural 8
is
India.
your poker guy, and I'm here for the Natural 8 India APT Taipei India exclusive event, and things are getting excited. You can see those beautiful trophies behind me. All our players are ready for the final table that is going to happen really soon. There's a lot up for grabs. Well, they're winning important tickets. They're also getting some crazy prize pools, and our players are ready. So, well, let's not waste any more time, and let's introduce our players. So up first, on seat number 9, we have Sriram Parikh. He's sitting with about 1,94,000 in chips. Unfortunately, Sriram could not make it today. Next up, we've got Mr. Saransh Garg, who is chip leading the final table. He's got more than 1 million in chips, and he's going to be a contender today to win this. Up next, on seat number 7, we've got Yash Khandelwal. He is ready to go, and he's sitting with 2,85,000 in chips. In seat number 6, Nitish Mendirata is going to fight it out with his 1,22,000 chip stack. On seat number 4 is Neil Pednekar, and he's got about a 1,86,000 in chips, and he's ready to fight it. Peter Phantom is in seat number 3, and he's got 2,11,000 in chips. In seat number 2 is Samay Singh Modi with his traditional Indian attire, and he is ready to crush it with 4,98,000 chips. And finally, in seat number 1, we've got Tanmay Benara, who unfortunately could not make it today as well. So, these 6 players are now going to fight it out. They are ready, and we are going to cut into the action. And also like to mention that Anna, who's going to be the dealer today, she is ready as well. And let's shuffle some good cards today.
Well, Sam, color me biased because it's Natural 8 India. My homeland is out here battling it out. And there's our lovely dealer kicking things off. Now, let me just say, Sam, Natural 8 India has been one of the most successful new platforms in the country. And we can see why. They've flown out 6 players, as it happens. 2 of them didn't make it. For a buy-in of just 5,500 rupees. There was 15 lakhs added to the prize pool, which is given out as mini main event tickets to the top 3 finishers, and of course, flights and accommodation all the way to Taipei for the entire duration of the series. Pretty cool event we have here.
Very cool. 5,500 buy-in. What is that in USD?
Well, it's not that much compared to what is on offer, I'll tell you that. In terms of just the prize pool being given away, we had 264 entries, which led to an 11 lakh prize pool, which means 2.8 lakhs to the winner. Saransh Garg, by the way, one of the most experienced pros in the country, is the chip leader on the table. He'll be eyeing the 2.8 lakhs. What's amazing is that these players, they're all guaranteed 39,000 to begin with, which means along with the mini main event ticket they're guaranteed, they can fire multiple events. I mean, that's the beauty of the APT. I want to talk about that in a moment as we kick off the series, but we're about to shuffle up and deal here. We see our amazing 360 shot. We see the 6 players that, of course, Parth, aka your poker guy, just introduced. So here we go. As we kick off our streaming schedule with Natural 8 India, I want to welcome everybody on YouTube joining us. Of course, I suspect a lot of Indians in the chat, but of course some APT fans as well. Welcome, welcome.
Yeah, it's going to be an exciting one. I am always excited to see how the players will adjust with 2 stacks that just aren't there. You know, it's going to hurt if you bust before someone that isn't there who's just going to blind out on their own.
Yeah, so talk about that. Number 5 in chips and number 8 in chips unfortunately could not make it. Number 8 in chips not being at the table. That's the real ICM wildcard situation, isn't it?
Yes, for sure. Like, pay jumps are quite substantial already, like 25% of a pay jump just from waiting and letting somebody blind out who's already in 8th place anyways. So it would be a pretty bad beat to get knocked out at this stage.
There's always that pressure to not be the first one to get knocked out, but this is just taking it to the next level. Now, I do want to say I did get the chance to meet most of these players outside here at the Asia Poker Arena. A lot of them are going for it. They want that APT line. I mean, this is really the golden opportunity to win that APT line. And of course, they get main event tickets for coming in the top 3, along with the prize pool, of course. We do have a chip leader. I mentioned Saransh Garg. The man in the shot at the moment is Samay Modi. He's actually an actor. I don't know if you can tell by looking at him, but certainly has the looks for it. Well accomplished already, young guy. But his poker accomplishments, he's actually one of the most winning online players over the past couple of years in terms of first place finishes. He's here to try and get a job done. Has plenty of chips, 500k. That puts him second in chips. As we kick off hand number 1, let's go. King 10 in the mix, under the gun +1.
Yeah, you can see first and second place have almost all the chips. They've got 1.5 million between the two of them, and the other 4 players at the table don't even have 1 million combined. So I think first place has more chips than everybody but second.
Always an interesting situation. In this case, look at this. Samay comes out, guns blazing, lose open, under the gun +1. And Neil on seat 4 has only 186,000 in chips. Wakes up with ace king.
I like the sizing here. Nice and small.
Wow, and Samay is coming along for the ride.
Oh, no, time bank.
Ah, time bank. That's right. Each of those time banks buys you a minute. I suspect this would be the spot to fold.
Oh, and he's going for it. The 4-bet bluff, sorry, with the king 10 off. I don't think it's going to work here against ace king.
But look at the pressure he's decided to put on Neil on the very first hand. Neil has to call, of course.
It's never fun calling with ace king when 2 people are sitting out.
Oh my word, you mentioned busting before the dead stack that's getting blinded out. How about an all-in hand number 1? Neil in a great spot to double up, of course.
You know, I really like the shove with the king 10 off, putting immense pressure with the 2 short stacks that are going to blind out here.
Maximum pressure applied. Ace king, of course, could not fold their ace queen. Maybe would have considered it as we head to the flop. A 10 in the window, but also an ace. I feel for you, Neil. That's not great for the heart there. 3 hearts now, not a heart amongst the 2 players, so it comes down to a 10, 2 outs, going once. And a clean 5 of diamonds, so Neil finds the double up.
And that's going to put him in second place in chips, just like that.
This is too much action. I had so much I wanted to talk about the series. We watched the Asia Poker Arena, 50 tables or so, absolutely jam-packed with the National Cup, but this event clearly is going to divert my attention away from all of it. These guys are here to play. A 4-bet bluff jam on the very first hand by Samay. What do you think he's thinking right now? Regret or happy with his move?
Probably regret. You know, it takes a lot to just go, you know, I made the right play, even though it didn't work out.
Somebody asking in chat, is there a Cantonese commenting channel for this series? Indeed there is. You can check out the Natural 8 Hong Kong channel. So here we have it, Sam. We've barely settled in. That all-in certainly gets my heart rate going up a little bit there.
I think we're going to see another one this hand.
So this is your first time in Taipei, I believe.
Yeah.
First time at the APA, the Asia Poker Arena. How are you liking it so far? Half a day in.
It's nice. It's a nice area. It's a very big poker club here. I think it's the biggest in Taiwan.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Did you see the queue coming in, by the way?
Oh, yes. Everybody is trying to get to the mystery bounty today.
So first off, we had an insane queue last night, all the way till last night, I believe, starting from the middle of the day, for the National Cup. Over 1,500 entries, an incredible showing. Really grateful for all the support here. And then, as I come into the venue today, there's a queue for the mystery bounty, as you said. So clearly, the APT, away for a few months, had some people waiting to get back into the mix, and we appreciate it.
Oh, wow. Queen Jack suited just hit the muck real fast. Oh, that's from one of the blinded out players. That makes sense.
Oof.
Wow.
Straight. So Banjara opens. That's Yash Khandelwal. Very accomplished. And he's been to one of the Natural 8 final tables before and Hanoi, I believe, opens ace-jack from the cutoff. Very, very loose defense by the chip leader with the 7-6 off, and absolutely rewarded with the absolute nuts rainbow flop as well. A 9 on the turn changes nothing, of course. Yeah, Banjar is just giving up 152k in his stack. Blinds are 4,000, 8,000 with the 8,000 ante. Just under 20 bigs left.
Yeah, lets it go. But yeah, like you said, there was a big lineup, and I reckon tomorrow is going to be even bigger. It's our first day A flights of the main event. Approximately a 1,500 USD buy-in with a $2 million guarantee. It's going to be a very, very big event. What's going on here?
Some discussion about the length of the time given before you have to use a time bank to make a decision. Sorted out. Like I said, first streamed event of the series. The streaming schedule, by the way. Of course, you can find out everything you need to know on apt.poker, but it's going to be a fun 8 or 9 days ahead. Of course, the main event kicks off 1A tomorrow. We start streaming it day 2 onwards. Always a fun time. So we play down to the money, then eventually to the final table, and of course, huge money is going to be up for grabs. I suspect, Sam, we're going to cross 400,000 as we have in the past at Taipei main events, thanks to the incredible 65 million Taiwanese dollar guarantee, 400,000 USD, of course. But what would be absolutely bonkers is if we can somehow, thanks to the amazing support we tend to get in Taipei, get to 500,000. It is a tall order. It would, of course, break all APT records. I think it would actually put us on the map globally in terms of prize pools. I mean, you're talking about $500,000 USD in Asia, and I think we were discussing at breakfast life-changing money in Asia in particular. That would just be incredible. So we'll wait and see. And of course, let's not forget, we have APT Manila coming up.
Yes, yes. The return.
The return to Manila. It's been almost 2 years in the making. Last time around the APT was there was before the new era. And as it makes its way back, once again, all information on apt.poker. We kick off on October 28th over there, so very, very soon. Now's the time to book your flights. It's going to be 100 million pesos guaranteed on the main event alone. That's about 1.7 million USD, and once again, goes a long way in Manila.
Goes a long way anywhere.
Certainly does. Amazing venue as well. City of Dreams, I believe it's called. 80 tables. And I was looking this up for my own personal benefit, but the visa is super easy, pretty much. If you're a resident of the US, UK, some Asian countries, and of course, if you just want to apply in general, very, very convenient. But for now, if you haven't booked your flights to Taipei, it's not too late at all. We're 2 days into the 11-day series. Of course, the National Cup. I think we're down to about 50 players there, maybe a bit fewer than that.
Yeah, look how crowded this venue is.
That's it, the Asia Poker Arena. 50 tables or so staring right back at you. So what do we have going on out there, Sam? I know the National Cup I just mentioned, that's probably down to just a few tables.
Yep, and everybody's favorite event, the Mystery Bounty. There is nothing more fun than knocking someone out going up there and getting to draw.
Actually, while we wait for the action to kick back off and this Natural 8 India table, you should explain what the Mystery Bounty is. People might not be familiar.
Fantastic. So, Before we had the regular bounty, where you would just get maybe 25% of your buy-in for knocking someone out. Then we had a progressive bounty, which scales, different sliding scales, but the progressive bounty obviously progresses and gets bigger. And now we have the mystery bounty, with a prize pool usually similar to the actual prize pool from like winning the tournament, or sometimes even larger. And if you knock someone out once you've made the money, you go up. Our good friend Greg goes all in, lets you pick an envelope, and inside the envelope
Or
has an
Elfin.
amount of money, or Elfin,
Don't forget Elfin.
and it will reveal just how much you've won.
And it can be massive. It can obviously completely change the dynamics at the table because everybody's trying to eliminate each other to try and get that bounty, sometimes at the cost of laddering up a few spots. And it just makes it an absolutely new variant of poker, even though you are playing Texas Hold'em and a standard MTT.
Yes, yes, for sure.
Look out for the video of those bounty pulls. Always a good time. Cards are back up in the air. And number 3, I believe this is going to be. As we take a look at everybody joining us on YouTube, Facebook, and Twitch. Certainly some friends and family. Of course, a familiar face. Hello, Justin. Justin Fairbanks in the chat.
Ah, it's Justin. Here we are. We got a little king-queen offsuit here from the chip leader, raising up on the hijack. Oh, same hand. Oh, look at this. What a cooler. Everybody, king-queen offsuit.
What in the world?
I like this from the blinds, playing defensively, and a queen on the flop. Look at that.
Samai with the most beautiful free roll ever, and I suspect this could get some more chips into the middle as well. With the hijack being the chip leader, he could certainly bet into 2 players. Oh, wait just a second. That's Peter. That's Phantom 1981. By the way, he's the principal of a school in India.
Very cool.
Said he doesn't exactly want his students to know at the moment about his pursuits, and I understand that for many reasons. He's the one who comes out firing, sort of sandwiched between the other 2 players. Essentially a donk of sorts on this board, monotone board. Got to be careful, has put 2.5 bigs into the middle.
Yeah, I like the size though. Question whether to call or raise here. Goes for the call. Proceeding 3 ways to the turn. As long as it's not a spade, it'll be chopping this up. 6 of diamonds.
Tricky spot. Samai should be the most uncomfortable. He's a small blind, so out of position to both. Chip leader has called. He's overcalled. 116k in the pot already. Now it's been checked to the chip leader. That's Saransh. Terror. He's going to do pot control and check behind. And an absolute brick on the river. So we have a 3-way chop.
I imagine at least 2 of them are going to get to showdown.
I think it just goes checked all around.
Yeah.
Very likely, but of course with Saransh having all the chips. Wait just a second. Samai wants some value. He does have that nice little king of spades blocker, so gives him a little bit more comfort betting here. And now what does Phantom do? Bet is small though. Just 3.5 bigs. About 15 bigs or so in the middle.
It's a good size.
Yeah, the pot odds do good. Phantom comes along, and I suspect the pot odds are even better now for Terror.
It's a tough call. You know, you got a bet and a call in front of you. You're still multi-way on the flop. I would not fault. I think fold is the correct play, but maybe he can find a call here.
Yeah, it's just about the pot odds. Do you think Samai is ever betting worse than King Queen here? Turns out he's betting King Queen exactly, but You do have to think that with him overcalling on the flop, and then betting into 2 players, here we go, he lets the best hand, so to speak, go. And he's going to be disappointed to see both players with the same hand. Is he going to tell them? He said this is going to be hilarious on stream.
Seriously? I was free-rolling against you. No, but what the hell is going on? I was free-rolling against you hard.
The Case Queen comes out on the flop and gets the chip leader to fold. He has plenty of chips though. 132 bigs. Absolutely monstrous stack.
That's crazy.
So Sama and Peter chopped. I just told you about Peter. Principal of a school. He's here with his wife. First time in Taipei. He's going to be playing a few events. All of these players, of course, guaranteed a ticket to the mini-main event, but the top 3 will get the main. So we know we will see them out in the field one way or the other. Samay mentioned he's an actor, also accomplished poker player.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, he has to head back to Bombay, which is sort of the Hollywood of India, as they say. That's where the film industry is and the theater industry, a huge chunk of it. He'll be taking our leave. Pretty cool that he flew out all the way out here to participate. I do feel for the 2 players who couldn't make it, by the way.
Yeah, that is a shame. That does happen from time to time. Oh, getting spicy here. Ace deuce off from mid position.
Someone's tilted. They folded a chop.
Oh, and he's actually cut off.
That's right. We're
Yeah,
6-handed.
yeah.
+2 is the cutoff.
Queen 8-3 on the flop. Neither player really connecting here.
Dry board, rainbow board, in position, all the chips in the world. Add it all up, equals a continuation bet that I suspect goes through. It was just 1.5 BB. Neil could consider coming along with an ace, but decides to wait for a better spot. He's already had a double up. We're only 5 hands into it. There's no rush.
Yeah, no need to take that marginal spot there. What turns are you happy to see?
40,000 rupees, give or take, guaranteed already to all, well, 6 players that are here. 2 of them are getting blinded out. If these 6 players can survive the blinding out, which, you know, I have a feeling, Sam, they're just willing to go for it. But be that as it may, 6th place is good for 69,000, so almost like a 80% bump up.
Yeah.
Certainly a decent amount to consider
Do you
in
think
terms of ICM.
Do you think our 2 missing players are sweating this at home? Watching to see if they ladder?
That's a great point. Hello, guys. Rage King and Last Bullet.
Yeah.
I suspect, if I was in their shoes, I'd be a bit too sour to watch. But
Yeah,
they are
yeah.
effectively in the mix to ladder up, so that'd be cool.
Be cool if they take it for first and second.
No, that's literally not possible since they get folded before the hand reaches them.
Yeah. Well, if it's heads up, do they still play the all-in, or is it just auto-folded?
Auto-fold.
Okay.
Here we go, the chip leader doing what the chip leader does, raising any 2 from any position. 10-8 off. The small blind defends ace-8 off. It's certainly non-standard. Neil said he's not a professional by any means, and I think it shows in the hand he's chosen to defend the small with. Certainly the most difficult position to play from.
Oh, you get to bluff first.
There we go. That's a positive spin. And by the way, he's dominated his opponent. Jack-8 for monotone, all hearts. Ace-8 versus the 10-8 in the mix.
All right, nice check back.
The brick of all bricks on the turn, 2 of spades. I think it's time for Neil to fire into the middle, considering the chip leader check behind. There we go, nice timing for it.
Yeah, unfortunately that was a string bet. All your chips have to go into the middle at once, or to make it easier, just announce your action. Wow, snap fold, very nice. Gets out of there.
Sick read.
Yeah.
Just knows that Neil would not be stepping out of line with the hand worse than 10-8.
आपके बाजू में थर्ड लास्ट था वो स्टार्टिंग में दी ग्रीन चिप्स अब वो 200 के ना उसको है लेकिन 200 के he was above me right? नहीं started with 180 he was 6 inches he was 6 I was 6.
So we are going to have some guest commentators for this stream. Some well-known Indian faces, including, of course, Nikita Luther, ambassador for Natural 8 India, and really a global poker superstar. One of India's best. A WSOB bracelet winner, one of the first to do it from the country. Kunal Patni, who's out there playing the National Cup. I hope he's still in the mix, but he, of course, is part of the operating team of Natural 8 India.
Wow, that was a weird fold from Neil there. Ace-7 suited on the button. Elected not to raise it. Oh, and blind on blind, Ace-King suited.
How did he know? I think he took a peek at Banchara's cards.
Is that a mid-raise? 3 bigs, okay.
Master Shifu, by the way, that's Nitish. Clearly a fan of Ninja Turtles, Master Shifu, I believe.
I'm not sure.
Or is it Kung Fu Panda? I think Ninja Turtles. Be that as it may, he has Queen 8 suited, 11 bigs or so. Limped in the small, gets raised understandably by the big slick. Lets it go. Good call. Good decision, I meant. Certainly want to be the one making aggressive actions. There you have it. The rich getting richer, slow and steady. Did lose that king-queen hand in a weird way, but apart from that, it's been smooth sailing for Terror. That's Saransh, of course.
What were you playing? National.
We're only eight hands in, Sam, but I feel like the tension of busting first is always in the air.
Yeah.
We saw Nitish having a very short stack. We have 2 players who didn't make it, so they're being blinded out.
Yeah, blinds have just gone up this hand as well. We're now on 5K, 10K with a 10K big blind ante. One thing to note with the big blind ante, it's generally quite a bit larger at these final tables than just your standard 10% ante. And when you get down to 6-handed, you're still paying 1 big blind rather than 0.6 every hand.
That's right.
Or every orbit. Oh, he gets the walk with a Jack-5. Happy days.
So I was thinking back to that Ace-7 suited fold, and in general, the walk we just saw does come down to the fact that we just saw 2 stacks that are 9 bigs. One of them is one of the missing stacks. The other one is Nitish, aka Master Shifu.
Yep.
I think somebody in Neil's shoes or any of the middle stack, they just don't want to be the first one out, right? For many reasons, of course, the pay ladder, but you know, they've come all the way here to play this table.
Yeah, very true.
We actually have a video team to sort of document their journey and get some interviews and create some cool videos. So
that's
certainly
very cool.
You want to get your TV time in, you want to get your table time, and of course you want to give it your best to win.
Oh, ace queen, here we go. Samai gonna try and win back some chips. Opts for the 21,000 raise. Everybody's got a whole lot of dust though. Oh, feeling some evil intentions. No, just gonna let it go.
Those of you who are waiting for the seat or the blind aid, please come
Justin
to
letting me know that
the
Kunal Patni
registration
busted in
booth.
51st place at the National Cup. GG, Kunal.
For the blind aid, but on the waiting list, please come near the registration desk, please.
Kunal Patni, by the way, Sam, one of India's best poker players, and sort of one of the first trailblazers to quit his banking job, become a full-time professional, just be out there, you know, voice the fact that this can be a career, and eventually went on to become part of the management team at Natural 8 India. Certainly still plays in his own right. For instance, just cashed the National Cup.
Yeah, very cool. It's a big, big leap of faith.
When did you make that leap of faith?
Transitioning still. Slowly.
So, of course, you have an amazing YouTube channel, Bluffalo Sam.
Yeah.
I encourage anybody watching and listening to take a look at Sam's content. It's super fun. And about this challenge you've embarked on, tell us what that's about.
Yes. So I completed my $100,000 to $100,000 challenge last year. It took me 10 months. So I decided...
Let me pause there, because you seem to have brushed over it. An incredible accomplishment. $100 to $100,000 Canadian, I believe, right?
US.
Oh, you made it into US. Yeah, that's right. I mean, what an accomplishment by in itself. So, yeah, carry on.
Yeah, so finished that, and I just wanted to do another challenge. So I started 0 to 2 million, but including life roll. So I was living in my car for a bit, trying to save money here and there, and currently we are down $11,000 on the challenge. So it is not going very well. And oh, we got an all in here, the King 10.
You do 100 to 100,000, and then you decide 0. Isn't life hard enough, Sam? Come on.
Oh, called it off with a 10-7.
Oh, this is bad timing. He is dominated.
The look. Yeah, Master Shifu in trouble here with the 10-7 for his tournament life.
31%. Not too shabby, I suppose. Needs the 7. The 6 helps as well. There we go. 6, 5, 3, 2 diamonds. Always a sweat. The equity is still 34%. The 5 changes nothing. 7 outs, going once. Otherwise, we have the first elimination. And there it is. We lose Nitish, a.k.a. Master Shifu. He does walk away with the mini main event ticket. Of course, the 40,000 rupees or so in prize pool. And we look forward to seeing him on the outer tables.
Yes, and our 2 players away have actually laddered.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, last bullet on 7 big blinds has now got a 13,000 rupee pay jump.
That's right. And if you look at the top left of your screen, the pay jumps are, of course, in natural 8 diamonds. Those convert exactly 100 to 1 in terms of rupees. So 522 means 52,200 rupees.
And
Okay,
our chip leader growing his chip stack. Look at that wall.
You know what I was noticing, Sam, is suddenly Neil, Yash, some smiles on their faces. That tension, a little bit, has been released. All thanks to the elimination of Nitish.
Yeah, that first player elimination really seems to loosen up the final table.
Not for this man, Sam. It was plenty loose. The 4-bet bluff with the King 10 off on the very first hand.
Yeah. Ace 10 here. Good enough to put some chips in the middle.
So Phantom, aka Peter, told me they have, he's from the city of Lucknow. I love that town, actually. I have some family from there, from UP. And he said they have a whole gang of poker players who play cash games regularly with each other. And in fact, they organize MTTs as well as like home games.
Oh, very cool.
And he said people sometimes come in like friends from different cities just to participate. How cool is that?
That's very cool. My favorite time's playing poker with friends.
I think everybody starts that way, right?
Yeah, I think so. You get crushed at your friend's 10-cent, 25-cent game for months straight, and then you decide, you know what, I'm going to watch a few YouTube videos.
Nothing hurts like those $10 losses.
No.
I tell this story often, but I knew I was onto something when it came to poker when I was actually with some female company in college. I'd rented a projector to just watch a movie. Not someone I was dating or anything, but just somebody I was hanging out with, and I said, hey, let's watch this movie. And I get the text, as you do, the table is on. Not only did I leave her to watch the movie in my room, in my apartment rather, in the hallway as I'm going to my friend's place where the poker is, involuntarily I started sprinting. I didn't want to miss a single hand. These players on different stages in their own poker journey. I spoke to Peter, I mentioned Samay, who's an actor in terms of his day job. Saransh, of course, the pro on the table. Was certainly the favorite coming into this table, not just because of his experience, but he had the chip lead. The way things are going, it's almost too easy at the moment. Domination rotation, as they say on this hand. King Jack v King 6 suited. Top pair, second best kicker on the flop. Too easy sometimes.
Go for a big bet here. Is that 40K? Yeah.
King Jack just down to rags for Phantom.
Yeah, he's going to have so many hands to connect here. I don't think he needs to call King High. It's a very good board for the big blind. Gets out of there.
Making it look easy. Saransh now up to 1.2 million. Justin in chat pointing out how in India, a place with over 2.5 million people is a quote-unquote town, because I call Lucknow a town.
Yeah.
And there is just no comeback. It is absolutely true. 2.5 million people in India is often just a town. I'm from New Delhi, by the way. It's kind of confusing because it's almost like some people from the West might know Los Angeles is like the greater Los Angeles area. So, you know, you sort of combine a few neighboring satellite cities and call it an area. But, like, let's just take Bombay, which is just a city. 30 million people.
Wow.
It's like a country in a city.
All right, 6-5 off, getting in the mix in the cutoff here. Oh, we got the ace-5 suited here, also known as the solver bait hand. Yeah, I don't think you want to re-raise against a chip leader. Probably between call and fold here. Oh, that looks like a raise. He is taking the ace-5 suited to the house. Yeah, the thing is though, if you get jammed on, it just sucks.
He's picked a spot. He knows the chip leader is just playing ATC, any two cards.
Nice. Nice.
Well done, Samay. The aggression works out this time.
It's always scary to 3-bet the chip leader, but you should be doing it a little bit more often than you'd think, just because they are opening so wide. And that's going to move him very close to retaking his second place in chips again. Here we go, King 6 offsuit getting in the mix. Oh, almost worked. Almost.
Against a late position open, Banjara could have considered a 3-bet jam, but just goes for the call with the king-queen off. He has the best of it, but he does not have the position. It's a familiar story. Saransh in position, all the chips in the world. Time for aggression. 2 jacks on the flop. It's tough to represent any hand, but Banjara just has 2 overs and nothing else. Small bet too.
Yeah, I like it.
Certainly is a hand you can continue with, but when you only have 12 bigs, it is much tougher. Let's it go. This is how it's done. Gotta be a table bully, a table captain. And you just keep applying that pressure. 123 bigs now. Almost has the entire table covered. And there is the trophy. So we see almost 100 people just on YouTube alone. I'm sure a lot of friends and family of these players might be watching. Would love to hear some stories about them if you have them.
Here we go. Ace-9 offsuit on the button.
And what a difference one elimination can make. Ace-7 suited got folded on the button, if you remember.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, part of that is because the chip leader's on the big blind, but now Ace-9, of course, too strong. 5-handed now. Does open it up. Very defendable Jack-8 suited, but does Saransh want to do more than defend? Not this time. Makes the call. Two diamonds and an ace. Action flop here. Great board for Neil to c-bet. Has the goods this time. 2 options present themselves for Saransh. Check call or check raise. We've seen him be aggressive pre-flop when he's continuation betting. Now the question is, does that continue with the flush draw? Certainly is a spot he must be tempted to apply a lot of pressure, but just goes with the call, wants to realize his equity. King now adds the gut shot outs.
Yeah, a spot Neil can definitely keep barreling. Lots of hands he can still get value from. The king's kind of nice because it kind of makes his kicker a little bit irrelevant. There's a lot of chop outs. But I mean, Terra's really not going to have ace-10, ace-jack here, so I don't think it matters too much.
Yeah, those hands would get 3-bet pre-flop. I'm not surprised to see Neil check behind for pot control, considering the ICM scenario. But you are right, the king was a great card because it makes a lot of hands into those pair plus straight draw hands. All the Broadway hands, really. With the exception of course, Jack-10 would have made the straight.
Yeah, I think we see a lot of re-raising with Jack-10 pre-flop. So I think the king's quite a good card for Neil. He can continue to keep getting value. Now he's thinking about turning his 8 into a bluff. No, just going to check it.
Yeah, he did catch a pair, Saransh that is, with the 8 on the river, so...
Yeah.
He's trying to check and get a showdown against a hand such as pocket pairs lower than 8s, and there we go, Neil going for value. Love to see it. The 9, of course...
scary.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Could be put into the blender if Saransh decides to get super aggressive. But I was about to say, the fact that the 8 and the 5 are below the 9 also justifies going for value. You do beat all the wheel ace combos as well in terms of the kicker playing.
Yeah. But I don't think we see too many a6 combos from Terror. I think he knows his pre-flop ranges. He's just going to be shoving those. You know, ace-4 off is just going to go for the jam pre-flop, I think.
Possibly. Nice little pickup. Neil comfortable now. 444k in a stack.
Yeah, staying up there. Second place. Has not left since doubling up with the ace-king versus king-10 on the very first hand.
And let's not forget, we're 5-handed. 6 or 7 orbits, and we lose one player. Those are the time banks, by the way. 1 minute apiece. Hiren says Neil is the best player of IC Colony. Where's that, Hiren? Samai opens early position, ace-3 suited. Don't blame him at all. 5-handed. Let's think quickly. Under the gun +1, 5-handed makes you the cutoff. It's basically late position. Another jack-8 suited for Terra Gandhi, and now he's in the small blind. It's not so much about defending. He's back to applying pressure.
60, 77.
The dealer corrected. The 3-bet is huge. 7 bigs put into the middle. Ace-3 suited is one of those combos that people do like to 4-bet. Sama has proven himself fearless. This is a big 3-bet though. 2.1 runs into 7 bigs, and he lets it go. The pressure continues from Saransh. Masterclass thus far in how to be a table captain. Let's not forget, somebody of Saransh's caliber had a month or so to investigate all the other players on the final table. That is a huge advantage for someone, especially one who has dominated final tables many times before. Justin Fairbanks, as usual, giving me some crucial updates, in this case about the Mystery Bounty. 410 players currently still in the room playing the Mystery Bounty. So that's... let's see. Almost 40 tables? More than that? 45 tables just with the Mystery Bounty? Wow. There's going to be a lot of envelopes being opened. King 9 off on the button. Do I even need to say it? He's going to be raising it up.
I'm not arguing, but it's actually you said it now. It's completely said it. I'm just telling you. No. Seriously, I can rule out. I can call the floor right now, and you'll not get the chips. And I should. But I'm not saying.
Oh, there we have it. By the way, last bullet. He was, of course, one of the players who didn't make it. Last in chips. Down to 3.3 bigs. Few more orbits and he will be auto-eliminated. 52,000 rupees guaranteed to all the players. You can see on the top left, that's 522 natural 8 diamonds. 69,000 is the next 6th place prize. 17,000 rupee pay jump. All you need to do is fold 3 orbits. That's actually a huge change in the dynamics of the game, and Saransh is taking full advantage of it. Hiren in chat informing me about Neil being from Mumbai, IC Colony. Hiren, let's hear some Neil stories, man. I know he's the best player of IC Colony, but why? Neil, the recreational player he mentioned.
Green chips ahead, I can't see your screen.
King 10 off has been open with over 40 bigs, completely standard late position as we just discussed, effectively being +1. Samay was always defending 9-8 suited. Was just wondering if he had some nefarious plans. 7-5-3-1 club. 2 overs, the gut shot to the nuts and the backdoor clubs. Not too shabby a flop for the big blind, not to mention huge range advantage and nut advantage on a board like this.
Yeah, it is a spot you can consider to lead here, or donk, whichever you prefer. Oh, and he improves to a pair here. 9-8 taking the lead, top pair, and a gutter. I don't think it's a spot he wants to get trappy. I don't think Neil's going to be too aggressive. You check it over, and there are a lot of overcards that Neil can have. No, even if he's opening like ace-6 suited, he's still got gut shot and an over that can still call. Or ace-6 is actually a double gutter. I'm very bad at seeing double gutters. Oh, Neil, gonna make the call here. Wow, and spikes the 10 on the river. Oof. Bit of a tough spot to get some value here. He's going to try.
Maybe a bit of a blocker bet here.
Yeah, it looks like that's what he's doing. 17,000, so 10%. Yeah, you know, I like it.
It's just one big though, Sam.
Yeah.
I think Neil could be tempted to raise. Yeah, in comes the raise. I think the one big blind bet, you know, the balance against it, to make it non-obvious that you have a middling hand, is to every once in a while have the nuts, right?
Yeah.
And I think just Neil just doesn't buy that Samay would be doing this with the nuts. Decides to raise it up. Very small.
This is like an impossible fold. 29k to win a pot. It's going to be 200.
Yeah, I would argue. I mean, I can see the cards, so it's always tough as a commentator, but I would argue Neil has to go a bit bigger there to polarize so that he can represent bluffs, because otherwise his hand is a bit face up as well. But again, the pot odds you're laying at some point need to make a difference.
Mm-hmm.
For somebody who's apparently not that experienced live MTTs, Neil is doing a good job with his poker face. Samay, of course, doesn't need one. He's also an actor, so when he can, he's happy to emote, it seems like. In the blender, we've all been there. 29k can make a difference. Not sure how to think about this one, Sam. He barely has a bluff catcher, in the sense that Neil would need to be bluffing with just absolute air, and for some reason pick this tiny sizing.
You know, I love 9-8 as a 3-bet jam. But he's just going to call, and he's going to get the bad news here. Yeah, Neil. Got a lot of chips now. 500,000 here, catching up. Taking some more chips from Samay.
with that hand, Sam will actually be leaving us, and I will be joined by Kunal Patni. Should be with us in the booth in a moment. Any Kunal Patni fans in the chat? And I'm happy to welcome Mr. Kunal Patni, KP, in the booth. How are you doing, sir? Firstly, Gigi, you just busted the National Cup. How was that experience, and how does it feel looking at the Natural 8 India table here?
Thank you so much. It's always fun to come here and do the commentary on the final table. Did it last at the Hanoi Billions one, so it's been quite some time now. Yeah, the turnout has been amazing this time for the Asian Poker Tour. We got close to 1,700 entries in the national, which is fantastic. And fortunately, I made day 2, just busted right now. Was it running deep, busted 50th. On to the next one. It's good to see some familiar faces on the stream here.
There's one right there, Saransh Garg. By the way, you've been playing, of course, putting on an absolute masterclass of being the table bully. I think you'll see it very shortly, but he does have all the chips, 100 bigs still. Now, 2 players couldn't make it, of course, to Taipei. Both of them technically still alive. They're getting blinded out. We did lose Nitish in 8th place. That was good for about 32,000 rupees. Now, there are pay jumps up for grabs, including the next one for 10,000.
Yeah.
The shortest stack is 2 bigs.
Yeah, so that brings actually very, very... the ICM thing becomes very interesting in situations like this, because you know you have a guy who's just about to be blinded out. And how do you change your game at that point of time? It's great to be the chip leader in a situation like this, and that's exactly what Terror Gandhi must be doing, Saransh. He is also, I believe, the most experienced player on the table right now, from what I understand, other than Samay, who obviously also has a lot of experience. So when he has the chips, he's going to create a lot of terror.
He is certainly doing that. He's also technically the only pro, pure pro, I should say, maybe in a way, on the table. Samay, you mentioned, has a lot of experience.
Yeah.
I think
the interesting thing is we have one guy on this final table who's making a repeat performance.
That's
so
right.
Yash was there in our first ever N8 India APT exclusive, which is the Hanoi one. And Yash was a part of that. Then we did the second one last time in Taipei. He couldn't make it to that one. And this is the third one, and he's made 2 out of 3. I mean, that's quite a fantastic achievement. The interesting story about Yash Banjara, and as we're talking, he's picked up a big hand right now, is that he didn't even have a passport before the last APT Hanoi Billions. So once he qualified for the APT Hanoi Billions, he applied for a Tatkal passport. He got the passport in a couple of days, and his first ever trip abroad was for the APT Hanoi Billions. So what a story that is.
Yeah, it's all coming back to me now, I remember. Incredible story, and 2 out of 3 is just amazing. I mean, you had over 250 entries for this one alone.
Yeah.
5,500 buy-in. I know.
Oh my God.
Wait just a second.
Oh, we're going to see some fireworks here.
In comes the flip, I suspect. And talk about that 2 big blind stack, Kunal. This is going to be brutal.
Yeah, this is going to be brutal, and I don't think either one of them can get away from this hand. Ace, King, and Jacks. 6-handed table, 2 people, 5-handed now with 2 people sitting out. Too strong. We're definitely going to see a flip. So Phantom is bet nearly 1/3 of his stack, so he's not folding to a jam. I don't think Yash is ever folding Ace King. He's some Hollywooding to find out how much he has, and as we rightly thought.
There we go.
All in. Let's go off to the races. Phantom not very happy with this.
He has to call. He has jacks. He's getting pot odds. He has his opponent covered. So no
Yeah,
option.
I think he had about 15, 16 big blinds to start the hand. So with 15, 16 big blinds, I don't see him folding jacks ever, especially after he's 3-bet. But he's never happy because once he gets an all-in from Banjara, he's probably thinking that, at best I'm flipping because or maybe Banjara might just jam 10s, but I think that's probably the bottom of his range. I don't think he's doing this with 9s. So he's probably thinking that I'm ahead of 10s and beat by so many other hands, and otherwise there's a flip. So,
And that's the thing about tournament poker. You have to take into account so many variables. The 2 big blind stack is, of course, being blinded. But if he does make the call and lose the flip, he'd still have more than that blinding out stack. So he needs to take that into account. Hopefully he makes the right decision.
he has Banjara covered.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Sorry, I didn't realize that. Oh, so he opened from a 10 BB stack, and then he 3-bet and he goes all in. Oh, but then he can still end up calling because
he'd have about 5 bigs left.
yeah, I can see on his face he's not too happy about it.
He called.
There we go.
And here we go to the races.
Lots of support for Neil, by the way, in the chat. But we do see Hash FC say go Peter. So there we go. Now's the time for the run good and the rail. Jacks need to hold up for Banjara to get knocked out. Otherwise, he will find the double as we head to the board. Ace right
you
there.
go. Ace on the flop. Needs a jack now.
One of them has been
We
folded.
have chop outs now.
Oh, there we go.
Deuce. Let's get a deuce. Everyone likes a chop pot.
The queen does not do the job. So, I think this might be a graphical error, Kunal, and that's why maybe Phantom was taking so long.
Yeah.
He has been eliminated. The chip count was slightly off. Our apologies there, but we do lose effectively our 5th place finisher out of the remaining 6 players. But from the prize pool perspective, he's going out in 7th place. Walks away with 43,000. Let's not forget the mini main ticket. And of course, I want to talk about this, Kunal. You guys at Natural 8 India, of course, the affiliation between Natural 8 and APT goes way back. But for all the big stops like Taipei, Hanoi in the past you mentioned, you always make sure you fly down these guys. Sometimes they don't have a passport, as you mentioned.
Yeah.
Accommodation for the entire trip. How has that experience been for the players you've spoken to?
I mean, so when we first thought of the idea, it obviously came from the simple fact that when I started Natural 8 in India, I'm pretty close to the APT people, Soiza and Victor, and we decided why don't we try and do something different and have something which will be exciting for a lot of the Indian players. And I travel quite a bit for live series, and regularly I have players who are asking me how was your experience at the World Series, how was your experience at the APT or something like that. We thought why not give them a chance to actually travel to a big live event and see how it is to play live. And that's where the idea, was we started with that. We did the first one with Hanoi Billions, got a decent turnout for that. Did another one post that in Taipei, numbers were bigger. This is the third one. Now the thing is, if you look at the our graph for the 3 series, our initial buy-in we started with was 15,000 rupees. We dropped it down to 12,000 for the last one. We brought this down significantly to only 5,500. We wanted more and more people to attend it, and we increased the number of players who we fly down. Last time for Taipei we flew down 6 players. This time we are supposed to fly down 8 players. So we just want to have more and more players experience the whole thing of playing what it is to play a live tournament on a world circuit and play against some of the biggest names who are there. And APT right now is by far the biggest name in the Asian region. Like it's the best stop. So it started from there. It's thankfully it's been a big success. People really look forward to it. And as we are talking, I remember the day we had the APT on the 4th of August, the actual event on the 4th of August, Terror Gandhi Saransh himself, he messaged me saying that, I was looking forward to this event way more than anything else on that particular Sunday, because you guys created so much hype around it, and you're giving it's such a value add. You're at your expense. You're flying 8 players all the way from India, paying for their flights, paying for their accommodation, giving them added value, etc. And I just want to clarify for a lot of people who keep thinking that this is a satellite. This is not a satellite. It's a normal tournament where your buy-in is 5,500. You play it like a normal tournament, whatever is the prize pool which is connected, and depending on the position where you end, you get your payouts.
Yeah, I should clarify. 11 lakhs ended up the prize pool, around 260 entries or so.
Yeah.
So 2,41,000 to the winner, but Naturally India added 15 lakhs in terms of flights, accommodations, mini-main tickets, main event tickets, and of course just this experience as a whole. So
so we kind of doubled whatever was the prize pool in terms of added benefits, and the only thing is that these benefits are obviously when you reach the final table. So all the 8 finalists get to fly down here, stay here. So this time everyone is staying also for a longer time. These guys are staying back for about 8 to 9 days for the whole series, and they obviously end up getting the main event and the mini main event ticket, which itself, the APT main event carries a huge prize pool this time. It could possibly be one of the biggest ever main events in the Asian region.
I have a dream, Kunal. 500k to first would be incredible. We had 400k. Last time, of course, we had Punat Punstri grab over 400. 500k would be, just from a global standard, pretty up there. You play all over the world. I mean, 500,000 to first is just huge.
I mean, I don't remember when we started playing a lot of live tournaments in the Asian region in 2015, 16, 17, ever even thinking that, we could have a situation where we are getting like 500k US dollars for the first place in a Asian tournament. And it was like a dream. So the only time you could think of those numbers was when you travel for the World Series, when you go to some big series in Europe, etc.
Western tournaments, essentially,
But now, if you see the APT this time, we have guys coming in from the US to play this APT. Like yesterday, I was playing the single day freeze out high roller. Stephen Song was there. He just won the APT main event, I guess, and he's here now. Joseph Chong was there. Quite a few big names who've come in for this. So APT is now actually quite a force to reckon with, and everyone wants to be a part of it. And the numbers yesterday, if you saw, just speaks about it. 1,700 entries in 3 flights in Asia is like unheard of. We haven't really seen that kind of numbers before.
And I should mention the buy-ins go from literally 100 and something odd dollars, maybe 140 or so after conversion from Taiwanese, all the way to 25,000.
So there's something for everyone. The mixed games, there's satellites. So it's like people who haven't really traveled too much for live recently or have never done it, and if they want to start traveling and get an experience of traveling for a live event, I would definitely say you have to come for one of the APT events. That's the best way to start your experience.
Well, it's not too late for this one. We're 2 days into the 11-day schedule. Taiwan visa, the easiest one to get, frankly. If you have a visa for any other major country, you're likely sorted out. And then we have APT Manila coming up at the end of next month. Another amazing destination, and APT is going back there after a while.
We wanted to do something similar for the APT Manila, the N8 India exclusive. But then we realized the only problem is that, APT Manila clashes with Diwali in India, and obviously that's a huge festival, as we all know. And we didn't want to be in a situation where, a lot of players, they might not be too keen to, leave family and travel during that time. So we'll be missing the APT Manila. But I'm hearing rumors about some other stops coming up right after that in a month or so. So guys, keep watching the space on Natural 8 India, natural8in.com. We will have some exciting news for the upcoming APTs. Our endeavor is to try and make this like a yearly affair where we have 3 or 4 stops every year. Players can get to travel, players can get to experience. You look at this 8 players who are there right now. I think other than Saransh, I don't think any of them have really traveled for a live series abroad.
And Yash, of course, who was part of
who was a part of it, who came through it. So for all of them, it's such a great experience to just like come here and play. I know we've spoken a lot about it and what we are doing, but if I was given a situation like this when I started my poker career in 2014-15, I would jump at it, because it's like you play a normal tournament. We saying you make it to the final table, and then we'll take you there. We'll pay for the expenses. We'll pay for your flights, and we'll give you added benefits.
I don't know if this was part of your thinking, Kunal, but it also serves this legitimizing of poker so much more. The fact that it's now an international mind sport, that clearly you're being taken abroad to play, and of course you made it to the final table, so you're going to get increased prizes. Hopefully a lot of these players are out there on the outer tables, not just the mini main and main event tickets, but from the prize pool, perhaps they fire some bullets into other tournaments. So I think it just serves the purpose of growing the game in India and all over the world, really.
And look at this, as we're speaking. Semi opens with a very nice hand, ace-3 suited from the hijack, and the chip leader again picks up a decent hand. And
now there's some YouTube comments I want to read out, particularly one that's aimed at you. I'll tell you who said it after I read it out. It says, you all can let one commentator go. Pretty sure KP will be free after first level on most of the days.
If I have to take a guess, it can be a guy by the name of Victor Chong.
It's Vishal Oja, actually.
Okay. So I had three guesses for this. I had either Victor Chong, Dhaval Mudgal, or Vishal Oja. So I was coming to these three, and I was kind of pretty sure it would be one of them.
Come on, Vishal. The guy just came 50th out of 1,700 players today. Have some mercy.
Vishal's always been there, ready to troll me when I go on Insta Live, when I'm doing anything. But he's a great character. He's got a fantastic sense of humor. Which when I met him for the first time initially, I didn't really realize that, but he's got a fantastic sense of humor, and it's always fun to have some banter with him. He was also part of the Poker Sports League recently, one of the teams. So he was there. Saransh was a part of the Poker Sports League. One guy from my team was a part of this final table who unfortunately could not make it. Rage King, so Sriram. He was very excited about coming for this because he's also never traveled. And when he was a part of my Poker Sports League team, I kept joking with him every time. I said that, if you don't do well and if you don't win your SNG, I'm going to cancel your APT Taipei tickets and I will not let you fly. Unfortunately, at the day before they were supposed to fly, he had some family emergency and he had to.
That's unfortunate.
Yeah.
Meanwhile,
it would have been great if he was there.
Back to this hand. Let me just recap. We see Samay was in the hijack, opens the suited ace-3. Saransh comes along with the suited ace-7 from the small blind. Samay c-bets, and Saransh actually check calls in the deuce-10 board. Now the 6, the kicker is technically still in play with the 6 on the board. Samay has gotten down to this 169k stack, just over 1 SPR. Standard spot to check behind, I guess. But what does he do on the river in case Saransh decides to go for it?
I don't remember what the action on the flop was, though.
Check call by Saransh.
A check call by Saransh. It's going to be pretty difficult for Saransh to call here right now. Another barrel from Samay. I think if he managed to get this through, it'll be pretty well played.
Yeah, but what a great double barrel as well. Just using the dry board and using sort of this reverse psychology, the fact that he's putting in a third of his remaining stack.
Against the chip leader, who has all the chips right now in play.
Exactly, with those stacks getting blinded out. Yeah,
there we go. Well played, Samay. Well played. Like I told you, he has the experience for sure. Samay is definitely... Saransh would be hoping and praying Samay doesn't get more chips, because I'm sure that would be one player he would be wary of right now. Even though Samay is 4th in chips right now. But one double up to Samay and things could change completely.
Just take a look at the reverse psychology I mentioned. Samay would have to be bluffing there with a 2.1 big blind stack and a 5.7 big blind stack that will get those both stacks will get blinded out. So
yeah,
I think a little bit more meat on that bluff than usual. And
not too many players would have been able to do that, pull that off in a situation like this. That's where the experience comes in.
I should
Samay is here to play. Samay is like, you might be the chip leader, I don't care.
Oh,
Come
you
on.
have no idea. Very first hand, Samay 4-bet bluffs king 10 off and ends up all in with ace king and gave a double up to Neil.
Oh, okay.
Who, by the way, has the most support on YouTube right now. Love to see it. Sharon says we need Neil to win.
So, 2-3 new faces. I've never met Neil before. I haven't really seen him play too much. It'll be interesting to see how he plays. He's a new face for me. I guess other than him, whoever's left now, I've seen them play. I've played with them on the same tables, and there's something about the commentators talking about a particular person and him picking up a big hand. We were speaking about. Oh, look at this. We were speaking about Yash, and he picked up Ace King.
Just had big hand.
We
and it just
spoke
popped up.
about Neil. He's picked up Ace King, and I can see a double up coming in for Neil right now. And if this actually goes all in, we might just have a new chip leader. Did he just go all in? Wrong time to just go all in, Saranj.
Insta-call.
Insta-call. And he's going to see the bad news.
Time to see if Saransh is running like God, because Neil is now at risk, but in pole position to get himself up to a 1.2 million in chips, essentially swap stacks with the chip leader.
I want the Ace King to win, let the table be more interesting. Otherwise, it's just going to be like a one-sided affair.
Okay, bias is allowed when you're not commentating all the time. I'm not allowed to say things like that. But I hear you. Ace of Hearts, though, in the mix. No longer relevant. The 10 of Spades, as clean as it can get thus far. 92% for the full double. And the 7 of Hearts seals the deal. How's that, YouTube chat? Let's hear it for Neil.
Yes. Let's go, Neil. I've always been like a underdog supporter.
Of course.
I've always, and when you have a guy with less experience compared to Saranj, Neil just coming in there, he looks like he looks very young. Also, I'm not really sure how old is he. He looks like 22, 23.
He came in 6th in chips, again with 1 dead stack, so essentially.
And he's the chip leader now. He's the new chip leader.
He is the new chip leader.
What'll be interesting to see now is whether he changes his gear now that he's the chip leader and he starts putting in the pressure which he ideally should be as the chip leader. And it's going to be a little difficult with Samay, Yash, who also has more experience, and Saranj being there. But if he changes his gear right now, it'll be. I would love to see that.
Yeah, Saranj has certainly almost in real time, I think, taught the table how to be a table bully, table captain.
Yeah.
And I wonder if Neil has been picking up on that. He's certainly picked his spots perfectly thus far.
I mean, sorry to cut you off. Don't get me wrong. I'm sure Neil's pretty good. He's made it to the final table in the end. And I saw the players who took part in this tournament because I was following it when it was happening online. Some very, very big names and regs, best Indian regs playing this tournament. So he's beaten all of them to reach the final table. So he obviously knows his stuff. And how he adjusts to playing live for the first time under the pressure on a feature table where your cards are being seen. You're thinking about what are people going to think if I make a mistake or something like that. I hope he lets all that go out of the window.
Yeah.
And just I love a term which is the youthful exuberance. That's right. What I would love to see.
Do you still have youthful exuberance?
I'm young at heart.
Yeah,
I'm young at heart. I feel younger than Neil when it comes to being young at heart. And I can expect a comment from Vishal Ojha if he's still watching in the next 1 minute.
I'll tell you another variable, by the way. 4 players left. 3 of them get main event tickets.
Yeah.
And that is the one you want to play. It's the APT Taipei Poker Classic main event.
Yeah. So just to remind the viewers, the top 3 players will get a main event ticket worth I think $1,500 odd dollars, and the remaining 5 players get a mini main event, which is I think
about $700.
So that's nearly double. So it makes a huge difference. There is ICM again with now 6 players left. 3 players will get the mini main, 3 players will get the main. I'm sure everyone wants to get the main event ticket.
And 2 of them, of course, will be blinded out. I think we're down to about 4.5 bigs for 5th place and maybe a big and a half for 6th place.
Yeah.
So we will be there soon. All players currently guaranteed 57,000. That climbs up pretty quickly. There's actually crazy ICM canal. 76,000 is the next one. So short stacks are incentivized to fold a couple of orbits for sure, unless, of course, there's a cooler.
Yeah.
Well, Saranj seems pretty affected. Or just tired.
He probably is also thinking he might have overplayed his hand a little bit because I guess it was like an effective 40 BB jam.
I will say, considering the action I've seen thus far, it's one of those situations where a 3-bet or a 4-bet, as the case may be, would have accomplished the same thing because Neil would have been extremely tight. There we have it, 0.1 big for the shortest stack, and that's almost a 19,000 rupee pay jump.
Yeah.
Also,
the paper that they're passing is we just put in the payouts for them because we didn't put it up on the screen.
That's right.
So I just wanted them to have a look at what the payouts are for the remaining places.
You can see the payouts in natural 8 diamonds on the top left. 691 is actually off. We're going to be adjusting that. I think that's going to end up being 573, which is 57,000 rupees. Next one is 76,000, and there's the auto all-in, and not exactly, by the way. That small blind hand will just get folded. So we are now officially down to 5.
And this is what I was talking about, and I like this. He's the new chip leader, and he's not shying away from opening deuces right now.
He could actually jam any two.
He could, but like I mean I guess a raise here will effectively do exactly the same thing. So it's just okay to do that.
Yeah, I just mean the stack is all in, getting automatically folded. I mean, risking. You have to be at the absolute top of your range to call anything off. But 2 big blind
and
works out.
He gets a fold.
Look at that, the momentum.
I'm happy to see that. I like that. I mean, a lot of people could also think, I've just got the chip lead, deuces. Why do I even want to open it?
Yeah,
etc. But he's like, I'm the chip leader now. I'm going to show you how it's done. Well played, Neil. So we've lost Tanmay in the 6th position now. He was unfortunately blinded out.
Hey, nice ladder up.
Nice ladder up for sure, yeah. And if I remember correctly, Tanmay came as the shortest stack on the final table, right?
He did, and he made 25,000 extra rupees
for just
sitting
being there.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Is he talking to you?
Yeah.
30 minutes ago.
So just to remind the viewers, there's a 30-minute delay. So he was probably just talking to me when I was there watching it from outside.
Samay will be observing everything astutely. By the way, he's yet to pick up any sort of a premium. We're 26 hands into it. He's made the most of what he's had. King 8 in the small blind. The new chip leader
got like
in the
close
big.
to 16 bigs.
Fearless, as always. Napkins, as they say for Neil. This is one he can check behind. Does not get aggressive with it. I would have loved to see a raise, though, considering he doesn't have much of a hand.
Yeah, he could have done that for sure. But he's probably thinking like, okay, let me just, I have chips right now. I'm in position. Let me see how it. I mean, I have a feeling Samay is going to could take a stab on this, even though his king high is good enough. But he's supposed to have a lot more aces because he limps a lot more aces. Neil normally would not really check behind a major portion of his hand which has ace in it. But Neil's not shying away. He senses some weakness for sure, and he's decided to just go for it.
Best 20,000. Samay has to know that he's likely good with the king there, considering the action you just mentioned. Neil is not going to have aces there. Going to have a 9, I suppose, but there's 2 of them on the board. Did Samay check with the intention of check calling?
Yeah, I think king high is a pretty good hand right now just to call. Yeah. Like you rightly said, most of the times his king high is good enough. And no more.
Looks like an absolute breakaway, an absolute game changer of a card. The 6 deuce now is the best hand with a pair of deuces. 8 outs though for Samay, as the counterfeit outs as well.
I like what Samay is wearing also. He's come in a little bit of an Indian traditional attire.
I love that, the kurta. Yeah. What a life. Became the chip leader. Decides to check behind with 6-2 off. Takes a stab on the ace 9-9. Now makes the best hand and is now betting for value correctly, mind you. Once again.
I'm not sure though if he's betting for value here. But still, like I guess it'll be enough. I don't really see Samay continuing with the king high here anymore.
Yeah, that's the beauty of poker. Now I'm just curious, what would Neil do here if he had 6-3, not 6-2s?
Yeah.
Would he take the same stand? That's what Samay needs to be asking himself. Samay does not look like a believer.
Oh, it doesn't.
And he does make the call. He's only 20%. The 3 of spades. This goes check, check. Samay is going to be
It most
pretty
likely
peeved.
should go yeah.
Samay is absolutely handcuffed here. There's nothing he can do. Neil could easily have 2 spades. In fact, that's probably one
See,
of
that's the beauty about 1 being the chip leader, 2 being in position. That's why, most poker players keep talking about being in position, and it always helps when you're in position because you get to see what the other player is doing and then act accordingly. And if you have the chip leader right behind you and you have to act, life's going to be very difficult on a final table for sure.
So Samay, I'm sure you know Kunal, actor by half profession, along with being a very accomplished poker player. Told me he was the assistant director on Brahmastra. I don't know if you watched that, but
I did.
Big deal, yeah.
I did. Oh, I didn't know about that.
And that movie notoriously got pretty delayed because of COVID and other things. And he said 3 years of his life right out of college, he was just learning on that film. Now does a lot of theater in Bombay.
Yeah, he does. Yeah, I call him like the Shah Rukh Khan of Indian poker.
He certainly is. Look at him. Rocking the kurta. But I've really enjoyed watching him play these 20-30 hands or so.
Samay is very good. That's why I said these are the 2 guys who, at that point of time, are the ones with the experience.
83.
Yash has been the quietest person on this table. And more power to him. He's laddered up as a result. Once the death stack gets eliminated, we'll officially be down to the final 4. I think that bubble of the main event is going to hang over the remaining 4 players.
Not just hitting one. Not just. वो वाला हैंड में भी इसका रिवर्स क्लिप हो गया.
Yeah, because I just.
But I folded his thin line of value down to see his hand. So float किया king 10 off.
Not flush draw for Banjara, as we mentioned, has been quiet. Does have over 13 bigs. I like this. Neil is putting his stack to work as he wanted Kunal. Banjara, of course, simply cannot go anywhere. The nut flush draw, that converts into the nut flush. Easy life.
Neil still betting into the nuts.
Love the aggression though. Double barrel out of position. This is exactly what you wanted from him. Putting his stack to work obviously has run into the absolute nuts and the top of Banjara's range, but
I don't know if he's going to give up now or still try and continue.
uh-oh.
Yash loving his life right now, sitting with the stone cold nuts. You have the chip leader betting into you. He's thinking about it.
Really is. Triple barrel is the move. 280k in the middle, 167k behind. Neil trying to deduce what he can get Banjara to fold. He has about the worst combo to try and triple barrel though. Does not block any of the flushes. Does not even block all the hands that could have a strong pair. And he does go for the triple barrel, but it's a small bet. I do like the gumption. It's going to get raised all in, of course, but you can see where Neil's head is at. Let's see what YouTube chat has to say about this. Lots of Neil's fans in the chat.
Yash using his time bank to show that he has a decision here, and then he's going to. When you use a time bank like this and then you say all in,
and you grab your forehead,
you're never going to get a call. I mean, unfortunately for him, there's nothing that Neil has anyway.
The reluctant all in is the ultimate sign of strength. Mentioned comments supporting Neil in the chat. Here's one I love from Shane De Silva. Terror Gandhi's terror has left the chat. Smite against Saransh. Insta fold by Neil. Knows he's run into it, and there we go. Banjara 25 bigs now, very comfortable. Samay now the person in the danger zone with 10 bigs.
And with that, I will take your leave. I'll just take a break, maybe join if the table's still going on for some time. We have a couple of other guests, surprise guests for you guys. And we'll have somebody, one of the surprise guests joining in immediately after I leave. It was nice chatting with you, Vidur.
As always.
And a great job as always.
Thank you so much for having us, and thank you for putting on this event. It's been a great start to the streaming schedule and really to the series as a whole.
Thanks so much.
Samay suited queen in the cutoff, but is this the moment? Just 10 bigs. He has been absolutely fearless when it comes to making moves. Not this time, though. And with that, I'm happy to welcome Mr. Parth Jain in the booth. Parth, you did a great job introducing the players and, of course, introducing the stream to yourself. But why don't you tell us a bit more about yourself? I'm super excited to be joined by you.
Hey Vidur, thank you so much for the kind words, and I'm super excited. This is my first time doing a commentary with you, and I'm super excited about that. A little nervous because my technical game will have to be at the top, but it's okay. Thank you so much for the introduction, and man, it's a good game that we have on hand.
Absolutely. It's been actually pretty wild watching from the booth where we have cards up. I'll tell you a few men of the moment. We're down to 4, of course. One stack. One of the blinding stacks, the death stacks, is still in the mix, down to about 4 bigs. And wait just a second, Samay has ace king. He is the short stack on the table, apart from the stack that's being blinded out, but he has been absolutely fearless. Ace king means it's 100% going into the middle, but he has made some serious moves.
Absolutely, absolutely. He's got 10 blinds, I believe. And ace king, he's clearly looking for a double up here. Is Samay. Spoke to him in the morning. He meant business today, Vidur.
Yeah?
Absolutely.
What's the mindset he's come in with, according to you?
According to me, he was looking for the win completely. That's all that he had in mind. And here that you see, he's facing Terra Gandhi. I kind of made a prediction that these two guys are going to be heads up today. And now both of them are going to be involved in this hand. Saransh also has Queen 10 suited, one of my favorite hands, Vidur. And it's small blind and UTG, and he goes... Does he go all in here? He goes all in.
He does go all in.
It's a money hand. Samay wastes no time at all. Happy to show his ace king.
Parth, I should say this is a bit of a bubble. Firstly, we're down to 4. There is one dead stack, so technically down to 5.
Yes.
3 players get the main event ticket.
And it's a massive one.
It's a $1,500 ticket versus the mini main, which is about half of that. So here we go. Big stake flop, 9, 8, 3, 1 diamond, all kinds of backdoors, and of course 2 overs and the gut shot.
Yep, he's got 10 outs there, so Saransh won't mind that.
43%. The 4 of hearts changes things though. Ace king looking in good shape. Little nervous prayer there by Samay if you saw that.
I'll be very honest, when I spoke, okay, that's it. Samay gets a double up. Yes, he clinches his fists there. He's happy.
The sigh of relief. We've been there, man. That
Absolutely.
is high stakes.
Yeah, you can't control your emotions there. Once you get it in, you are happy. But I'll just tell you, I have a vested interest here. Saransh, just before he was going on to stage, told me that, Parth, if I ship it, we are doing a good party tonight. So,
wow.
So you know who's my favorite clearly today.
There we go. I think we should make that pact with everyone, man.
Absolutely. I should have. Yeah, we would be like winning always.
Yeah, exactly. What have I been doing in the booth this whole time? That's genius, man.
Yep. But Saransh has lost some chips here, Vidur.
Yeah.
He started off as the chip leader, and there you go. We're yet left with 5 people, and he's not in the chip lead right now at all.
He had a huge hand against Neil, the new chip leader. Ace Queen versus Ace King. One could argue overplayed it, but he was absolutely dominating the table captain, bullying everybody else.
Absolutely.
But I think Neil picked up a few tips just watching Saransh in action. So ever since Neil's been the chip leader, he's done a great job as well.
Yep, we've been traveling from Mumbai, Saransh, Samay and Neil. So I think the last 14 hours of travel, you were only talking about this final table. So I think everyone's got some lead on each other, and that's what you're seeing right now.
Wait, were you with them?
I was with them. So yeah, it was only 4 of us together. So you know, the top 3 right now who are all traveling with me. We were discussing what's going to happen on the final table, and how I was insisting that I want to play the mystery bounty at 6 o'clock.
Yeah.
So I was like, please finish it fast, take all the chips, and yeah, there you go. 3 of them are in the last 5 now. It's gonna be fun. How's Yash been playing? Has he been putting up a good fight?
Certainly the most quiet person on this table in terms of his demeanor and his moves.
Okay.
But he has chipped up all the way to above 20 bigs, I believe it was. So he's very comfortable. Now Saransh with the double up ends up actually matching him in chips. So nobody's short, which does mean I think we're going to lose the death stack very shortly.
Right.
Maybe a couple of orbits to go, but with 4-handed, that comes pretty fast.
And Jack 10 suited, another very good looking hand here for the chip leader, Neil Pednekar.
Now, I'm not one to kick a man when he's down, but I am one to appreciate YouTube comments when they come in.
Okay.
So I will say all the fans of Neil in the chat, who certainly has the most support, have started picking on Saransh because he was the original villain on the table. His name is Terror Gandhi. They're calling him Error Gandhi.
Ooh.
That's rough. That's rough.
That is rough. But I think poker needs that. You need some of this happening.
That's why I'm saying it out loud. I'm all for it. Keep it coming, guys.
Absolutely, absolutely. It makes it more fun. It makes the game fun to watch.
I'll take his side, though. I don't think he's made any errors. That's part of the game. And by the way, every time I end up chip leading, not just a final table as prestigious as this, but even my own table playing an MTT, I find a way to lose it as well.
Absolutely. I'm not going to start my rant here. I think we all have been through this part. I mean, if I'm 1 out of 10, I don't know how do I land up finishing 10th.
Somehow the ace queen always happens and the other person has ace king, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Plus, I think with such a big stack, Saransh would want to put pressure, and I think that must have played out in that hand. And Samay here with his 9-7, deciding on the big blind to defend.
But some fans of yours in chat Happy Hunter says big fan, Parth bhai.
Okay, that's Naveen by another crusher. Nice to see him on stream. And nothing for anyone.
So I did ask you to introduce yourself. Now I know a lot about you. I watch your streams all the time. Maybe tell. There's not just Indians watching, by the way. There's always some Natural 8 supporters, some APT supporters.
Absolutely.
So tell us more about your poker and poker content career.
I mean, it's one of the things that I was running an edtech startup before this, and imagine to shift from edtech to poker. It's been quite of a journey. Love streaming, love making a lot of funny videos on my Instagram. It's go by the handle Your Poker Guy. And so yeah, I think in fact for the APT Taipei Natural 8 India exclusive event, I kind of dressed up, got my traditional Taiwanese costume and made a reel which kind of did really well. So yeah, I mean, making fun reels is a lot of fun. So I do a lot of that. I do some streaming. If you want to learn poker, probably you don't want to see my channel. But if you want to have a lot of fun, that's where you want to be.
Does remind me of a familiar APT face, Mr. Greg Goes All In.
Absolutely. I'm going to meet him. I'm excited to meet him. Going to discuss some stuff. He makes some really good content.
Yeah, he's a funny guy, always an amazing host and presenter, and clearly you're following in his footsteps, man. Not just the content, the presenting and the hosting today.
Thank you, thank you.
You had the whole Asia Poker Arena going, by the way, thanks to all the hype you created.
Absolutely, but shout out to Natural 8 India for that, for a good opportunity here at the APT Taipei. That's my first time. I'll also be playing some international events, so I'm excited about that. It's my first live international event to play. And I put up a reel today, a story saying that I was praying to the gods that maybe I'm going to play 3-4 events. One ship I wouldn't hurt.
That's it? That's all you prayed to the poker gods for?
Absolutely.
One ship?
Yeah, and then I came here and I saw the arena and I was like, listen, one ship is really hard. I mean, the number of people out here, the APT has put up a fantastic event here.
I will say though, I mean, this is the first event of the streaming schedule, so I've been trying to tell everybody out there, firstly, we have 10 days of the series to go, maybe 9 days of the stream if I'm not mistaken. It's just begun. There's 114 events on the schedule. Even if you knock away satellites, there's at least 100 events. We have another venue, the Chinese Mahjong League,
That's
which
right.
is essentially to support the fact that we outgrew the Asia Poker Arena last year. And they have a lot of mixed games, and I highly, highly recommend everybody try mixed games. Not only because they're fun, but you know, they're not solved. There's no mixed game ninjas out there, at least yet.
Absolutely.
And if your goal is to ship an APT line, and it should be, the APT line is extremely prestigious.
I mean, look
mixed
at those
games
trophies.
is the way to go.
Look at those trophies. I was outside and I was like waiting to get a picture with them without winning them. But imagine if you win it, you would be so lucky. And there you go. He flops it.
Yeah, this is an interesting one.
Yep, open-ender for Saransh as well.
Also the two players involved, you know, now they've developed a history. All the chips from Saransh Terror has gone the way of Neil.
But Neil has been very comfortable. I mean, I've been seeing it on stream outside. Now I came in here and he looks like he belongs. I mean, Saransh is someone who's a professional poker player, has been around for quite a while. But it's amazing to see the way Neil is also kind of his demeanor and all. Doesn't look like he's someone new at the poker felts.
I'll also give props to him for his poker face or poker posture. Certainly couldn't tell.
Absolutely.
The board gets pretty dangerous here. 4-2 straight. Neil still has top pair, but can't be feeling too great about it. He's been taking conservative lines, but that's when he had the chip deficit. Now, having his opponent well covered, he actually decides to go for it. I don't know if this is value of sorts, but certainly wouldn't mind getting called as long as he doesn't get raised or just simply ending the hand.
Do you think a bet on the flop would have been a good one for Neil, or because considering that Saransh was the opener, he decided to check it back?
Yeah, checked in flow, I think.
Okay.
Wet board as well.
By the way, Vidur, I'd like to tell you that it's really fun commentating with you as well, something which I wanted to do, and I think I'm going places with this.
Oh,
so,
same, man.
Absolutely.
My absolute pleasure. We've just been missing each other in India, I feel, at many stops, but I suspect it'll happen more and more.
Absolutely. And yep, Neil kind of has this hand in. And no, I don't see anyone going out of line here. And so the thing is here, people are going to fight for the third, at least the top 3 places, because there's a lot to fight for. There's a huge pay jump with the ticket of the main event. And I spoke to Saransh. She's here to play a lot of these events. So yes, he's definitely looking for the main event ticket, which the top 3 will get. Another hand for Neil.
Now, you know these guys well. I suspect given that we're creeping up in the prize pool, we should lose the last blind of the dead hand any moment now, which means these players would have locked up 1,21,000.
That's a lot of money.
Not too shabby at all, plus the mini main ticket as you mentioned. Do you know if these guys will play the main anyway? I do know that I think Samay needs to head back to India
Absolutely.
for a prior commitment. But with the prize pool, do you think they'll fire the main anyway?
Absolutely, they will. I mean, Saransh is here. He said that he would be playing a lot of these events. I mean, I think you were talking to him about the Hyper Turbo, I believe, and he got excited about the TikTok. I think no, what was it? The
Do you know about this? I love hyping. I was talking about the mixed games, right?
Right.
Let's talk about some of the APT special events we have going on. Okay. Why don't we just think about? Let's say I'll pick a day tomorrow, looking at the schedule, which you guys can also do, by the way. APT.poker. Excellent resource for all things APT. So of course we have the main kicking off tomorrow. That's Flight 1A. That's going to be wild, by the way. You've seen the lines, by the way, outside the arena. I mean,
it's amazing to look at it. Yeah, I think we should just speak to all of them. The energies are exciting, and I mean the prize pool is going to be amazing as well.
2 million USD guaranteed, and my hope is if we cross it, we can maybe get to $500,000 USD for the winner, which would be. I mean, as somebody who's been around for the APT New Era, it would just be such an amazing milestone. So check this out, $300 buy-in tomorrow, 9-game mix. I mean, you need to go to the WSOP and pony up thousands of dollars to even have a chance to play 9 mixed games, right? We have the mystery bounty that we've been talking about. It's going to be a big one. Super high roller starts tomorrow. I believe that's the 10,000 USD buy-in.
Sure.
And then we get to the fun stuff as the evening rolls around. Hyper Turbo, win the button. Hyper Turbo meaning, of course, fast levels. Win the button makes everything super fun. Then a Hyper Turbo no limit single draw mix.
I mean, okay, let's make it easy for me and for all the viewers. You want to explain a little bit what's going to happen in the events? I mean, the mixed games, if you can do that.
A no limit single draw mix is 3 draw games.
Okay.
It's called essentially low. They're all low games. Deuce to 7 single draw, and then ace to 5 single draw. 2 draw games, I should say.
Okay.
And that's only a $157 buy-in.
Wow.
You don't even get to go to casinos that spread these games at all. And if you come to the APT for $157, you're getting amazing dealers who actually know how to deal these games, which is hard enough. Shout out to, by the way, Lloyd, who actually taught some of these dealers how to play some of these games. And then, of course, we have a super hyper turbo, which just means the levels are going to be crazy. That's a $220 buy-in. Let me check what the levels are.
With 5-minute blinds?
Well,
levels?
I'll say 15-second shot clock and 5-minute levels.
Wow, man, that's going to be fun. You're going to see a lot of all-ins. You're going to see a lot of rebuys, I believe.
It's an 11 p.m. special, you know.
Nice.
You mentioned something. I was talking to you outside about the TikTok events. I think we've changed the name to, let's see, what do we call them now? Sometimes we do call them Tick-Tick Booms.
Yeah, I think it was Tick-Tick Boom. I kind of got it wrong, said TikTok. King Queen suited for Samay Singh Modi. By the way, I'll let you know that both of them were chip leaders, 1 and 2. But right now they're at 3 and 4, Samay and Terror.
That's right.
So, yep, they have lost their chips. 100 big blind stack, starting stack for Saransh, but he's come down to 3rd position. But sorry, the Tick-Tick.
It's actually the TikTok Boom.
Oh, it is TikTok. I was right.
And by the way, if you're free at 10 p.m., check this out. Do you know what Super Hold'em is?
Yeah, I do know what Super Hold'em is.
3 cards, you can use all 3.
All 3, right. Absolutely.
It's like Hold'em on steroids and PLO somehow mixed in, right?
Everything mixed in. Yep.
So the TikTok Boom is that the levels start out at 15-minute levels.
Sure.
And then every hour they decrease. So the next hour, 10-minute levels. The hour after that, 5-minute levels. And this is going to sound like a joke, but the hour after that is 2-minute levels.
Wow. So you probably play just one hand in the 2 minutes is what I
Pretty
believe.
much. And mind you, it's Super Hold'em. So it's just fun.
And action heavy completely.
Super action heavy. We have a hand brewing here, by the way.
Yep. And the interesting thing is, Yash has the bigger stack.
Yeah, Yash finds the fold, though. I understand, given that he's in the small blind, and I understand, given he somehow took a peek at Saransh's cards. He has ace-jack off.
He had a pretty looking hand in 7-8 suited. Sometimes you kind of get carried away with those hands, but he realizes the situation.
I suspect at this stage the players are eyeing the top prize, and the trophy is what it's all about. But look at the pay jump on offer with the dead stack. 30,000 is the pay jump.
Sure.
Certainly explains Yash's fold, although he did have his opponent covered. Now these guys have similar stacks as you just pointed out.
And I think Saransh just took a time back. I think this exact dynamic is coming into play because they want to be in the top 3, and because or else Ace Jack, he might be considering going all in.
Blinds 12,000, 24,000.
But mind you, Natural 8 India is also, in case you finish from 4th to 8th, you get a mini main event ticket.
That's right.
Which is very valuable itself.
He does go for the jam. Stacks were about 14 bigs. He knows the math. Samay has been pretty loose on the table, broadly speaking.
But he has a good hand here. But what do you think, Vidur? What is the right move here? You fold?
It is certainly to fold. Again, there's a stack that will automatically be eliminated within the next couple of hands, I believe. You get an extra 30,000 rupees.
Yeah.
You get one notch closer to that 3rd place finish. And you have King Queen suited. You're not really dominating any hand that does this, with the exception of maybe the occasional King Jack suited. So,
sure.
I think Samay knows what he has to do.
But like you said, Samay is playing for the trophy, and he is not here for the main event.
That's right.
So maybe the dynamic won't come into play. Plus,
that's a great point.
4th, if you finish 4th here as well, it's I mean that guy is only with 1 blind. Is Rage King, so that also does not matter. You would yet finish 4th.
There are ladders though. 30,000 rupees.
Yes.
Is the difference between 5th and 4th place. It's a tough spot, I'll grant you that. I think Samay should hem and haw and find the fold. He's an actor, I don't blame him for some TV time.
Absolutely, he liked that time. Oh, that's a very valid point there, Vidur. But man, these guys study. I mean, for everyone watching, Samay, Saransh, at least because I've interacted with them, they have been studying a lot. The things that they spoke went beyond my understanding quite a bit during our journey. But, so I mean, and it matters to them. The trophy matters, you know, usually when you see regular players, the regs, they kind of, the trophy matters a lot to them when it comes to live events. I mean, they spoke of, this can be my first ever live trophy.
Yeah.
So when you come to a recreational, the pay jump matters a lot more. They like the money part of it.
Yeah.
For these people, it's a lot about the glory of getting a trophy in as well. So that also is something which will be on their minds. And you saw the APT trophy. I mean, it looks beautiful, that lion.
We call these the baby lions.
The baby lions, right.
And they're absolutely coveted. Of course, the giant lions are reserved for the high roller and the main event.
Absolutely.
I think one reason Samay was getting an accurate chip count is because it's a very pot odds oriented decision. You know, King Queen suited is going to be flipping so often, and against a hand like Ace Jack, as you can see, is basically a flip which Samay would be taking into account. Sometimes you have to take the flip. Let's say the odds were slightly different. You had to call 255 to win maybe 500. Suddenly he's priced in. You made a great point. He doesn't care about the main event ticket since he has to leave, and doesn't care about that pay ladder since he's going for the win. I think King Queen suited is just so borderline, so dominated so often.
Yep. But Samay is representing the Indian side of it with his kurta. I mean, I don't know if you guys spoke of it, but it's naturally India's event, exclusive event, and there you go. He's got his kurta on, and he was all pumped about it. He was like, okay, I'm going all Indian on this final table.
I love it.
And he makes the fold there with his King Queen suited. Decides to live on, and there you see the stacks. 56 bigs for Neil, Chip leading right now. Yash with 19 bigs, Saransh with 18, and Samay with 14. It is game on between 2, 3, 4 for now. And Rage King 1.5 blind, just waiting to get. He'll be happy to finish 5th.
Hey, not too shabby, man. He went from, I guess he came in 5th place in terms of chips, but got 2 people eliminated before him. He's gonna walk away with 91,000.
Not bad at all. I mean, I saw in the start Saransh had a mountain. Unfortunately, now it's a little smaller, the stack. I guess they're looking at the pay jumps. It's going to be interesting. Vidur, are you commentating all of these events, 114 of them?
We don't stream 114 of them, but what am I doing over the next 9 days? Watching a lot of poker and maybe having a lot of hot tea, so I don't sound too raspy. But it really is a privilege, man. I know you're a fan as well in terms of, I don't know, I feel like we have some gene where we don't mind watching poker. And Yeah, I think it's, you'd think it would make me a better player, but I don't think that's happened. But I certainly appreciate watching some of the best, and I actually even like watching, especially in our main event coverage, like just Rex, people who are a bit
Sure.
newer to the game, and you get reminded of how maybe before you studied how you approach the game.
Absolutely, 100%. Rage King is all in here with his 1.5 blind stack. We can't see his stack because
It's going to get folded,
Yeah.
so
yeah, he's going to be blinded out.
that's it. We're down to 4 officially now. And GG to Rage King, by the way. Maybe watching this, maybe not. 91,000 locked up. Very nice. And well deserved, by the way, as Kunal made sure to point out when he was in the booth. This is a proper NTT. It just has all these additional, almost 15 lakhs in additional prizes added. But these guys who couldn't make it to Taipei, they earned their way. They earned the
Absolutely.
chips in the final table. So well deserved in terms of laddering, in terms of being blinded out. It's all part of it.
Yeah, and I think it's really fantastic that such events come up, because, I mean, when do you expect a player coming to Taipei for an event, experiencing the APT entire series, getting to play a main event? I mean, it's beautiful. I mean, it should inspire a lot of people to come here. And it happens throughout the Asian circuit. So, I mean, you get to travel. I know Yash's story. I think he made his passport or his...
That's right.
Something
Kunal
for-
mentioned.
Oh, he
for
did mention it, right.
Last time around in December,
Yeah.
when he actually final tabled a similar event,
Yeah.
made his passport just to fly down.
Yeah, I just made a funny reel with Yash saying that you treat Natural Lit India as your make my trip.
That's awesome. By the way, Saransh was
Jammed it.
absolutely fearless there
Yeah.
with the dead stack. Just jammed. I guess if both of them were all in, he would still get the pay jump because he had more chips, but fearless knows the
Absolutely.
chip leader would be opening very wide there.
I think once we're down to last 4 is when I think this kind of play might stop, because then there's a huge pay jump, a 1.3 lakh pay jump extra for the main event ticket. And yes, we're down to the last 4. We've lost Rage King. The seat's been taken away, and Need with Queen 9 suited under the gun. 4-way mein decides to fold. Interesting.
I'm big, small.
Queen 10 off, folded by Yash. Down to our last 2 people. Live has its own dynamic and it's a lot of fun. I mean, there's a whole different vibe with live games. It's a lot of fun to watch.
What I love is the sounds in the Asia Poker Arena of the chip riffling.
Yeah, yeah.
It's like you're home.
Unfortunately, I'm not really well versed with it. I can't really do it very well. Probably this trip. Do you like playing live more, or do you like it playing online more?
I do love playing live more. I don't get to as much just because I tend to commentate at these APT stops, and online is pretty easy. So comparatively speaking, I'll end up playing more online. But I'm surprised to hear you don't chip riffle. You haven't got a teacher?
Not yet, not yet.
I'll try and teach you.
That'll be great.
You know what it reminds me of is like trying to whistle when you're a kid.
Yeah, yeah, true.
Just keep trying it, and then it just like happens all of a sudden.
I mean, I have some friends who are not like into poker, just play like on Diwali, and then they could do it, and then they're like, okay, you're into poker, right? Why can't you do this?
Yeah, it
and
is
then
a
I'm
bit
like, I have
embarrassing.
small fingers, I can't really manage it very well. Interesting hand here. Samai with 9-4 suited on the big blind. Terra Gandhi, Saransh having a big stack, almost 2x the stack of Samai, which is Jack 7. Nothing for anyone. The aggressor probably will take the pot down.
You never know with this lot, man. Especially Samay.
Yeah, he was talking about a hero call he made recently. He shipped a big one on Natural 8 India and spoke of making a hero call against someone who was bluffing with 9-5 on the river for entire stack. Beautiful stuff. But rightly folds here. Saransh happy to take those chips down. Saransh is a fierce competitor. I've spoken to him. He is a guy who's not going to give up. We're down to last 4. The gap is slowly starting to build here. Saransh is chipped up to second position.
Interesting dynamic now that the dead stacks are gone. Again, something you pointed out, with Samay not caring about the bubble towards the main event ticket. Him being the short stack as well, it actually loosens him up. He doesn't have the ICM pressure anyway, but with him not needing to get that third place. An ace for Samay.
Nice, and he's
11 bigs or so.
Yep. On the
Easy
small
jam.
blind. Yeah, absolutely. And he knows this. But he's deciding to open here instead of jamming into the big blind. Probably because on the big blind you've got the chip leader Neil. And Neil will defend his 4 deuce off, which is always fun to see. In MTTs, people usually stick around with their big blind. They don't want to give it up very easily, especially when you're covering him like 5 times the stack of the small blind. I mean, let's make it fun. Give us like 2 4s. Let's make the game fun. Oh, he raises it.
We had a very interesting spot before this between these two blind versus blind battle. A king 8 versus the 6-2s. This time, Neil does not check behind. And look at that, the pressure working out. Bit of a misstep here. We just discussed how Samay didn't have those ICM considerations. And he certainly knows the math, knows the ranges. He knows the ace is a jam. Took a tricky line. Sometimes we call this FPS. You know that term?
No.
Fancy play syndrome.
No, I don't know this fancy play syndrome. Yeah, absolutely. I think
decided to trap basically, you know, the idea being if an ace comes out, his opponent will never think he has an ace because he did not jam. And the chip leader, Neil, I'm guessing YouTube chat is going wild because absolutely putting pressure with the 4 deuce.
True, and when Neil makes it 99k there, with Samay having like about 250 left behind, it becomes very hard because he knows Samay is thinking that, okay, now even if I go all in, he's calling it off.
Yeah, you know, it's much harder to actually 3-bet jam in that situation with the ace 4 than it is to just raise your hand and be like, I have an ace and call off for your entire stack. So extremely well done there by Neil. That's like pro sizing.
I mean, that's like just putting pressure. That's how chip leaders behave on the table.
These guys, by the way, will be on break in about 5 minutes. Which means they can go back and watch the stream. Not this hand, though, because we're on a 30-minute delay. But they can go back and watch the stream and see who was fooling around the most.
But clearly, Saransh has been playing the most number of hands.
Especially in the beginning, yeah.
I think even now, if you see him, he's not afraid to open and fold it because he understands that 3 and 4 both have a short stack. Plus, he's got an experience. So, yeah.
Yeah, of course. He's super experienced. He does have the second biggest stack. And as long as he feels like Neil is maybe not in the big blind or has folded already, he's going to make the most of it.
Yep.
But props to all these guys. Even Yash has maneuvered so well, Banjara, that is comfortable with his 17 big blind stack right now. And he's barely made his presence known at the table, frankly. I've been watching every hand and
I think it was just that one hand against Peter, is it?
That's right.
Jacks versus Ace King. I was seeing it on stream.
That was the big one.
Yep. When you talk about money here, the next pay is 1,21,000, I believe, right?
That's right.
And the jump after that, Vidur?
40,000 more is the jump after that. That's almost 8 buy-ins.
Yep. And that's also playing Hyper Turbo.
That's right. 40,000 is like 450 USD, right?
Yeah, pretty much.
So that gets you
almost about 500, I guess. Yeah.
That gets you the TikTok boom and one of the mixed games.
And Neil here with Ace-5 suited, I think he's going. Yep. Does he want all in or is he opened it? He won't go all in. Yeah, on the big blind you've got Saransh, so I don't really see him go all in there.
He also would have learned from how he got his chip lead to begin with, which is Saransh kind of going pretty big with his ace queen. He was putting maximum pressure, but why risk it?
Yep. Is this they're making a reference to Jai Mata Di all in JMD there? Tell me one thing, psychologically, if that makes a difference or not. If you see the way Neil is arranging his stacks, he's not making piles, he's not making mountains, he's just kind of arranging them in a, I don't know, some kind of sequence. But Saransh, they're making a mountain.
Yeah.
Does it make a difference?
Usually it's what Neil is doing signals some sort of inexperience because, you know, it's harder to make towers and keep them that way. But I don't know, you tell me, like, what would intimidate you more?
Yeah, I guess the mountains would intimidate me a lot more. I've seen Siddhant Kripalani do that during other events, and man,
I have as well.
He stares into you and he's got mountains. I mean,
I think that the intimidation is more him and the stare than the chips, to be fair. But he does like to do that. Have you ever seen people who are really good at making chip castles and designs and crisscross. Just like, who discovers this skill? I mean, this is like so intimidating. Just as a talent, I don't care about the poker.
I think, you know, what Neil is doing is he's kept, like, I think this is something which I would probably do during cash games. He's kept like a certain chips aside, which he's keeping them safe, and he's playing only with the few chips like he's kept next to him on his left. So that's something you do in cash, you know, when you book your profits. Okay, these chips are my safe net. I'm going to play with the remaining.
So I should clarify, my apologies here, Parth. The updated prize pool, which we can actually see on the screen, the next pay jump is in natural 8 diamonds, of course. That's 100 INR each. So the next pay jump is 35,000, and currently players are guaranteed 1,01,000 or 1,02,000, I should say.
Okay.
Still plenty. The next pay jump is still almost 40 bigs, 35,000 or so. 40,000.
Okay. So Vidur, I think it's break time. Samay goes all in with his ace-jack, and all four will continue fighting. Samay with 13 bigs, but Yash with 16, Saransh with 24 bigs, and Neil with 55 bigs, walking out in this break comfortably as the chip leader with 55 bigs, a huge stack to play for, and also for the amazing trophy.
Yeah, if you just take a look and do the quick mental math, the chip leader has the entire table covered, over 50% of the chips in play. So certainly in pole position, but Saransh has been there, he has the experience, and he was the chip leader. Anything can certainly happen. Players will take a well-deserved break. We see the updated payout I just mentioned. 1,02,000 guaranteed to everyone, going all the way to 2,41,000 up top. But don't forget, all players have locked in a mini-main ticket. Top 3 players get the main event ticket. And of course, the first place finisher gets the APT trophy, which is what it's all about. A quick 10-minute break. Do not go anywhere. We will join you right after.
Absolutely.
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
Welcome back, everybody. I'm Neil Johnson, president of the Asian Poker Tour, and today we are here to talk about classic poker in Taiwan. That's right, the Taipei Poker Classic. It's the APT's TPC at the APA and the CML in partnership with CTP. That's 114 events with guarantees totaling over 150 million Taiwan dollars. I don't know what that is in PHP and VND and the rest, but it's a lot. It's like over 4.5 million USD. The main event itself, 65 million Taiwan in guarantee. Don't think that 65 million is just going to be easy to grab either, though. You're going to have to fight off at least 1,000 other players over 5 days. Then you get to go home with Mufasa. We've got a really exciting new event as well. Through our sponsorship with Bybit, for 800 USD on October 1st, you get to play a mystery bounty. I mean, everybody loves mystery bounty. You just pull the little envelope, see what you've won. But this mystery bounty is going to have approximately 40,000 USD in added value. Like, this isn't coming from the prize pool. It isn't anything. This is all being put on top. Everybody who draws one bounty gets to draw a second one and see if you can take down some of the fantastic added value that Bybit is putting into this event. There's 114 events, and there's everything that you've come to expect from the new era Asian Poker Tour. We've got our turbos, our hyper turbos, our super hyper turbos. There's going to be a high roller every day. We've got the Omaha Masters. We have a Big O Masters for the first time ever. We've got a 7-card stud Masters for the first time ever that is going to show who are the champions in these no-limit hold'em variants. You know, where the real poker gets played, where you don't just get 2 cards and you put all your chips in the middle, where you have to actually, you know, learn the game. Okay, I might be a little biased. I won't, we'll just edit that. Taipei is a can't-miss destination. Look at all the places that you can go. Look at what it is to be in Taipei for the Taipei Poker Classic with the Asian Poker Tour. This is what APT is about, everyone. So, have you figured out when you're coming now? I can help you with your hotels. Do you need a card from the airport? We can hook you up with that. Do you need any information about how to buy in? Registrations at apt.poker. Oh, you need money for buy-ins. See you in Taipei.
Good luck, guys. लाइव पे आके क्या ही क्या करे स्वेट नहीं हुआ लूज जी ब्रो जगह अलग है Record.
What do you have, sir? We have a flip.
Bolo and
How much was your stack?
180.
Well, you tripled.
एक ले सारे
Welcome to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.
Welcome back to the APT Taipei Poker Classic 2024. We are back with the Natural 8 India event and down to 4 players, a bit of a bubble with 3 of them getting main event tickets, all of them guaranteed mini main event tickets, and of course 2,41,000 to fight for up top. I'm joined by Nikita Luther in the booth. Welcome, Nikita. This is going to be a fun one. We're glad to have you here as a Natural 8 India ambassador, of course. And welcome back to Taipei. You've been here many times. How are you feeling and how are you liking the table you've been watching from the floor, I assume?
Oh, it's so much fun. Taiwan is always such a lovely city to come back to, and seeing the finalists over here, they're really stoked. One guy has come here for the second time, and a lot of newbies, a lot of regs. It's such a great mix.
Yeah.
And the action is already very fun, and I'm sure they are going to, beyond this as well, they're going to enjoy the main event and mini main event tickets, which is just unparalleled.
Yeah. That's
in
my
the
favorite
industry.
part. I think if one of them runs deep in one of these events, it will be actually amazing to see. And all thanks to Natural 8 India. Now, you are an ambassador. I want to ask you a lot about Natural 8. Kunal was in the booth with us, told us the thinking behind hosting this event multiple times now, having people who didn't even have a passport sometimes
Right.
to begin with actually come out and play internationally. You've played literally all over the world. You're, of course, a familiar face of the APT. How do you feel about the venue today, the buzz outside, and of course the series? Any events you're looking forward to in particular?
Yeah, so I was here a few months ago actually for the previous APT Taipei, and it was already one of my favorite Asian stops. I really love the city. The people are some of the nicest people I've met, and this time they've superseded that level of excitement already. The queues are going all the way out to the streets, and people are just, piling up to play some poker, and it's so exciting to see the numbers, the turnout. And as poker players, we are always chasing value, right?
Of
So
course.
massive value here.
I mean, we have 2 million USD for the main event. I am trying to manifest 500K USD for first place prize, which would be an amazing achievement for Asian
Yes.
poker. Again, like you played all over the world. I mean, that's a huge number for any main event. Really,
Right, yeah.
We are guaranteed 2 million, so I think we'll cross the 400K mark like we did last time. Let me update you on what's happening on the table, by the way. You see the next page on, it says Natural 8 Diamonds, 1359, so that means about 1,35,000 for third place. All the players have locked up 1 lakh, not too shabby. 5,500 was the buy-in for this event, over 250 entries. We do have the pay jumps going from 1 lakh right now for fourth to 2,41,000 for first. But I have a feeling these guys are going for glory, which in this case means the APT Lion, the trophy, and of course the main event ticket as well, which the top 3 players get.
Vidur, if I was them, I'd be going for the trophy
Yeah.
exclusively as well, because already there's been so much added value. I feel like I would have already won and achieved something just by coming here.
Yeah.
The APT Lions Trophy is the most coveted one. It's literally has an award in itself. Like the
That's
trophy
right.
has a trophy, so I would love to get one of those babies. And about you saying you're manifesting 500,000 for the main event, I think that's hopefully possible. Asian Poker Tour is one of the first brands that is doing poker at that level in Asia. We would always see it in the West, and this is the first time in the East that we can have these expectations. So,
And
yeah.
all thanks to the support of the players, of course. You've been part of many main events for the APT, and it all comes down to that. I think it comes from just, the new era of the APT. It's run by players. Michael
Right.
Soiza comes to mind, Victor, and they just understand the player experience, and hopefully that is what's going to lead them to even greater heights.
Right, and we are so glad we could partner Natural 8 India with that and bring out, 8 players. I think 2 players couldn't make it, unfortunately. I'm not sure what happened.
Yeah, one of them was very last minute, so some family issue clearly. I
Okay.
think they would have loved to be here. They did ladder up, by the way, I should say. Last bullet came in 8th in chips and ended up in 6th place, good for 57,000. Imagine sitting home watching this, or maybe you can't because you're a bit too tilted, but you make 25,000 extra rupees just sitting there.
Wow. Yeah, but losing out on the mini main and main event tickets and the whole experience.
Of course.
It's gotta be gutting.
Look at this situation, by the way. I'm so glad I have you in the booth for the analysis because Terror Gandhi, who's Saransh, the most experienced player on this table, just floated with Queen Jack off. Banjara just has essentially the nuts with the 7 coming on the turn. And Saransh has to let it go. And with that, you can just turn it off. Yeah. And What a turn of events.
75 का 150 होंगे.
Saransh now down to 12 bigs. Came in out and out chip leader. Was putting on an absolute clinic, by the way. I'm sure you're familiar with Saransh, well-known pro.
Yes.
And he was essentially writing a book on how to be a table bully. You know, ATC, NE2 cards. Came in with over 1 million in chips. Lost a huge hand, ace queen to ace king. And then of course, sometimes you just have to get into certain flips. And with that float, coming back from the break, I don't know, maybe a little bit of frustration setting in, perhaps.
Yeah, that happens. But you know, after a point, if you play enough poker, you don't let your emotions get the better of you, especially not on a final table when the stakes are so high. I'm sure he has it under control. Let's hope. A premium here for Samay Modi. Ace Queen. He has 16 big blinds, is that right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
250.
Now let me tell you, Samay has been the most fearless person at this table.
Yeah, he's put in half his stack.
There we go. ICM be damned. He's certainly doing what you suggested, going for the win. He does not have that main event ticket to fight for, I suppose, simply because he has to leave the country very shortly.
Right.
But he was going for the win from hand 1. 4-bet jammed king 10 off on the very first hand. Set the tone for the table.
Wow. 4-bet jam, king 10 off.
Ran into
Wow.
ace king, of course, as it happens.
Yeah. This is the effect of all-in, basically putting in half your stack, saying that I'm all in against one person, but folding maybe if 2 people are all in front of me. So
Interesting. Yeah. Makes sense. So as we look towards the next hand, tell us about your journey with Natural 8, Nikita. You've been an ambassador now for over a year, I believe.
that's correct. We just celebrated our first birthday on the 19th of September.
Hey, congrats.
Yes, it's been quite a ride. Naturally, India has really, really upped the poker game in the country. I feel the kind of, as a poker player, once you play on the software that's Naturally at India, it's hard to play anywhere else.
I agree, by the way.
Yes, of course, there's value everywhere, but it's just so much better. There's options on every level, every stakes. I mean, all the stakes, all levels. There's it's just so fluid. You just get spoiled, you know. And yeah, we've been seeing a great spike in numbers, great responses, and it's really, really leveling up the standard of poker in India, and I'm very happy that I'm associated with them.
What do you make of the Indian poker scene these days? You know, we've been waiting maybe 5 to 7 years for that quote-unquote poker boom. I suppose eventually it's coming, but slow and steady has led to a pretty thriving scene over the past 5 years.
Yeah, unfortunately, Vidur, I think we were on the brink of the poker boom when they slapped us with the GST regulation. And it's really seen us, you know, backtrack a few decades, I believe,
Possibly,
in terms of how, you know, how the poker landscape is going to look, because it's really, really hard to for the industry to succeed in given the current climate. And everything's going to take a massive hit. The size, the scale, the viability is going to consolidate to some of the top few players. And although all the poker companies don't seem to be, I don't know, they still seem optimistic, still pumping it, you know, the marketing budgets, and so are we. We still feel like with scale we can still beat that level of backtracking that the GST has set on us, but the boom is now questionable.
Fair enough.
That level of I can already see a lot of players just giving up online poker and traveling instead. And
Yeah, I think one thing that's resulted in, you just mentioned the traveling, is actually a lot more Indian players on the international circuit. One, they discover live poker, and I think naturally at India with these kind of opportunities is bridging that gap, right? Online to live, you know, having the final table live here. But also, you know, maybe it creates this second wave of players who make a mark internationally. I mean, you did that all those years ago, and it used to be much less common. And now, I feel like if you check the groups for Indian poker players, like there's somebody winning something in some part of the world, like every day or
Right.
every week, which is also pretty cool.
Yeah, like when I won my bracelet, I was the second person to do it. And I think since then, every year, someone or the other's just casually bring to bracelets. There's been 2 bracelets in some years.
You
so
sound
it's
resentful about that again. No, I'm kidding. No, but that was, I should point out, that was one of the coolest poker accomplishments of the country when you did it. It really
no,
did.
not
make it-
resentful. It's more like setting the tone. I'm so
Yeah,
proud
there you
of
go.
that.
Paved the way.
Samay is cashing some cards now. Premium suited ace, 4-handed, always looks good.
Just to close out that discussion, you might have a bracelet, but I know what you don't have is an APT Lion. So.
I actually do.
Oh, you do?
Yes, but not the new one.
Ah, the new era Lion.
I don't have the new guys.
You need the new guys.
Yeah, this is.
Everybody has an old guy.
Yeah, I have one of the older lions.
Well, that's what
Actually, it
this-
was just 1 year before they introduced
The new
these,
era?
yeah,
Yeah.
the gold-plated ones.
Well, good luck in the series.
Yeah, thanks.
So I've been talking, we had Parth in the booth as well, and Kunal before that. I'm personally, from back in the old days when we first started playing poker, I used to live in the US, so I could play global websites, and I loved mixed games. And APT is such a unique opportunity for playing live mixed games, especially at stakes. Like, I was just looking up the schedule, $200 buy-ins, $150 buy-ins. You get like 3-game mix, 8-game mix, which is
Right.
pretty much impossible to do outside of the World Series. Are you a fan of mixed games at all?
I actually haven't ventured into that area yet because I can barely get Hold'em correct. So, I'm just trying to master one game. It'll probably take me a lifetime,
Wow.
like that famous quote. So,
If you say that, where does that leave us? No, but that's cool too. I like
Yeah.
this
No.
focus.
although I mean, I'm not against mixed games. Like you said, I told you I have a Lions trophy. It's in one of the mixed games. It's in Super Hold'em.
Oh, okay.
So I really, I mean, there's something for everyone, and that's important. And
Wait just a second. I'm sorry to interrupt you, but look at this.
Look at this.
Just over 1 SPR, 9s goes up against Queen 6 and the 6-6-5 in the flop. This is sick.
Oh. And he seems to have a short stack, so I think a full double up coming in here.
Yeah, absolutely. This is just unavoidable. Neil can certainly afford it. Saransh is getting some sort of revenge, let's call it, against certainly the player who has become his nemesis on this table.
I think it goes bet, jam, and call. Terragandhi should jam here.
You don't think he'd be afraid to lose his customer? He can just rep a lot more bluffs, I suppose, with the jam as well.
Yeah, I mean, the solver will tell you to jam, so depends what you have to do. What kind of table feel you have
Right.
for your opponent. Okay, yeah, he decides to call.
Does jam?
Oh, he's all in, yes.
Yeah, he does do exactly what you predicted. Insta-call, can't blame Neil. Not much to do here. 14% of the time, it's going to be a sick upset.
He does have a heart if it comes heart on the turn.
Yeah,
It's-
there we go. Or a 7-8.
It's never easy.
Plenty of backdoors possible, actually.
Oh, there it
That's one of
is.
them.
That's one of them.
This might be one of the most brutal parts of poker. Always a sweat. 8 outs going once. The 5 is clean, though. Terror Gandhi, somebody that the chat is not a big fan of. They just made him out to be a villain, by the way. They're calling him Error Gandhi, which is a bit brutal. There we go. No
I
errors there.
believe Neil has a lot of friends watching, so it's
Neil
probably
does.
his rail.
So speaking of that, hey guys in the chat, let's hear some Neil stories. All I hear is hating on some of the other players and then saying things like Neil might just start a crash course after this. How about some stories of Neil playing poker? Some Samay fans as well. Rahul Poker says, let's go Samay bhai. Kamal Punjabi says, Samay for the win. Love to see it.
Flop to top here says, I had received a giveaway ticket from Nikita Luther, busted at 25th position, but still got motivated to play more. And now I'm playing full time. That's
Wow.
amazing. Good for you. I hope you're enjoying the poker grind.
Kang Hae-yoon.
So can I ask a sensitive question? Do you encourage people to play poker?
I tell them if you I tell them if you want to play, you should do it legitimately. You should take out time to study.
Yeah.
And play properly. Otherwise, I don't. So when my friends say teach me poker, I'm like, no. You give me 3 years of your life.
You're like one of those old school like Mahabharat teachers.
Yeah.
Just, like, commit to me fully. No, I know exactly
I'll
what
teach
you
you
mean.
if you give me 3 years of your life to learn
Yeah.
as a devoted student.
But at the same time, sometimes you do meet younger people, and I think you can sense the passion they have for it. In which case, pushing them in the right direction can certainly go a long way. And look at that, flop to top mentioning how he's playing poker full time. So clearly he cracked it, right?
Yeah.
Pocket sixes for Saransh. So I'm being hyper aggressive with this exact hand. This time he's in the small blind. He certainly knows his ranges. He knows jamming is on the table. Yeah, he just goes for it. 540 is his stack, so quick
That's
math there, 18
pretty
bigs.
big jam. But yeah, with the small pairs, I think it's usually a jam.
Quick fold from Samay. We've been joking he's an actor. He is free to take some TV time, as they say, but not this time. Does like to do it every once in a
I
while.
mean, he's very regular. He's very regular on the online circuits,
Oh,
the
yeah.
live circuits. I've seen him around. I've played with him a bunch.
I think he
So-
implied that he's essentially juggling two passions, which is
Yeah,
poker
and
and
I
acting.
think, I don't think any one is taking precedence over the other. It's pretty much
Yeah.
both equal, which is commendable to juggle two entirely different pursuits like that.
Yeah, amazing. We did see the stacks there, by the way. 17 the smallest, 27 the biggest, so gap is not too wide anymore. Could get interesting.
Yash here for his second APT final table. What are the odds? Wow.
Yeah, he's like, you know how people have some formats that they're expert in, or you just mentioned Hold'em. He's an expert in Natural 8 India Taipei events or APT events.
Yeah, the expert in N8 India APT collabs.
I'll tell you one thing I'm afraid of if I'm facing somebody online is somebody who uses his full name with the middle name, apparently, as his screen ID. Now that is some confidence. He's like, go look me up. This is who I am and this is how I play.
Right. Samay limps in here and Neil with a premium. Doesn't give it much thought.
Yeah, some history here, by the way. For instance, the last time they had a blind battle, Samay decided to engage in some fancy play syndrome and limped an ace with about 11 bigs. And then Neil decided to raise with 4 deuce off and took it down. Samay, I guess, balancing things, so to speak. I mean, limping everything in the small is certainly a strategy people use. Can you go as wide as 5-4, you think?
Limping is fine. Limp fold is fine, yeah.
Neil took a big dent to his stack. Seems to be not
Although
too
probably
bothered.
not against a chip leader because they're going to be raising a lot.
Yeah.
So
These guys did get 10 minutes to review footage, maybe talk to some people on the break, so they could have caught up to all the tendencies that the players have shown so far. And Neil, while he was wielding his big stack really well, certainly did not pounce every time he was in the big blind. So hard to say how they're approaching it. Saraj with the posing, I guess, off screen.
he's enjoying his time. It's his celebrity time.
Yeah. Do you still remember your first few feature tables, by the way?
Yeah, for sure. It was such a rush. It's half the time you're playing to reach the final table and the glory of it. Poker's all about the glory hunting.
Yeah.
Tournament poker is all about glory hunting. So it's really, really exciting. I think you're just forgetting even about the money and all after a point. You're just like, I made a final table, and you get to say that.
Yeah.
I think, yeah, that's.
Are you the kind of person who would shoot out a link to friends and family, or you wanted to not
Yes.
have them watch?
No, of course I do, but that always rattles me and makes me, over level. Like what happened to me in the WSOP main event.
Oh, yeah.
I was like, the whole world is watching. I made a mistake, and I was so hard on myself because I'm like, the whole world saw me making that mistake. But you can't You can't let that factor in. You
Yeah.
can't let it factor in that you look like an idiot on TV.
I mean, that was really exciting. That was last year, right? I believe.
That was
22 maybe.
yeah, 23.
Oh, 23. Yeah, there we go. Super exciting to watch you run deep. I was going to mention, I've seen you on many final tables, and you play as well as you can, and in poker that involves making some questionable moves.
Right, yeah.
And I always wonder, like, is it harder to do that, knowing that it's going to be documented?
Yeah, that's something that really plays on your mind. But now I've gotten over it, finally. After 10 years of playing poker, I'm finally over it. People can think whatever they have to.
I've been pretty impressed with the lot we had here today. 6 out of the 8 players who made it all seemed pretty unaffected. And listen, this is the first day of the stream, second day of the series. These guys just showed up, some of them probably last night. And boom, the first thing they do at APT Taipei is just get straight to the feature table, start making moves. So pretty impressive.
Yeah, like I said, they're just enjoying their time in the limelight, and why not? That's what they're here to do. I mean, when does a 5,500 rupee buy-in convert into this entire experience? Where else does that ever happen?
Yeah,
right. So might as well milk it and enjoy it and play like fearlessly.
And 5,500, I think Kunal was mentioning, it used to be 11,000. And just Naturally 8 India decided to make it even more approachable. So
Right. Yeah. So we pretty much halved the buy-in and elevated the experience, because it was 6 players earlier, now it's 8 players.
that's right.
And yeah, I think we have more destinations in the pipeline. I can't reveal, but stay tuned, guys. There are more destinations and collaborations with Asian Poker Tour, so some exotic ones coming up.
Yeah, follow Natural 8 India on the socials. And of course, you can check apt.poker as well for those. Should be announced shortly. Pretty cool shot of the feature table here, leading all the way up to 3 of the 4 finishers. You know what I love? I've had the pleasure and privilege of commentating on a ton of APT stops in the new era. And, the production value and the player experience just keeps going up with every event. I mean, we see it here. This is the very first stream. It only gets better and better. And I think like the streams really add a lot as well. That's part of the reason Kunal was mentioning Natural 8 collaborated. But also, I love anything that legitimizes the sport. I've been following chess a lot over the last 3 years. I don't know if you've
Is that so?
kept up. India is like dominating globally in chess now.
Really?
And streaming and content is a huge part of it. Especially some of like the comedians in India, they love it and they follow it and brings in new people to the game. So hopefully that happens with poker as well. It's equally a mind sport. Interesting one here. King, Queen, 8, Rainbow. Open-ender for Samay. Top pair, decent kicker for Neil.
This is an action flop.
Oh, look how big the pots are now with blinds at 20,000, 40,000. 220k in the middle.
I believe Neil opened and Samay has completed his big blind.
Easy continuation bet here. Neil
Oh,
actually
he
checks
decides to
behind.
check it back. That's
Yeah, any thoughts there?
that's unconventional.
FPS, fancy play syndrome?
Yeah.
Maybe stack sizes has something to do with it? Wants to get value with the delayed c-bet perhaps?
Right. I guess we're very short, and Samay has a lot of folds on a king high flop as the big blind completes. So I guess that's what Neil is thinking. He wants to trap, under rep his top pair, and the trap worked.
Samay has bet out a ton of chips.
That looks like a very big bet. Wow. Okay. 95 into a pot of 220.
If Neil calls this, and I suspect this is an easy call for him to make, we're going to have a maybe 60% SPR situation on the river.
Yeah, it would be interesting to see what Samay does if the river bricks.
I told you he's been the most fearless. So we see the 4 of clubs. He does have the jack of clubs as well. Could give him that extra incentive to triple barrel. or double barrel, excuse me, bet the turn. 250k.
I don't know whether if you want to just put it in there with the jack high for your entire tournament life.
He has to think about Neil's calling range after checking the flop. Would include a lot of aces, including all the backdoor nut flush draws. He does bet small.
It's a block bet
It's a block bet with jack high.
to
which is
fold out ace highs, basically. He's saying, you know, if you have ace high, maybe you can fold, let me take it down. Bets one maybe. Need the snap calls.
bit of a 40k donation. I think maybe, yeah, could fold out the occasional ace high. I wonder though. Be that as it may, the rich get richer. Neil absolutely in control, and Samay now in the danger zone. 5 bigs for him.
Next pay jump is 1359 N8 diamonds, so that's
35K.
1,35,000.
Yep. About 1 lakh or so locked up for 4 players, so you know,
Is
7
this
buys.
also whether the bubble form between mini main and main event tickets?
Yeah, that's right. But we should point out again, I mean,
That's a
just-
huge bubble then.
yeah, the difference is that Samay doesn't care about it because he can't stay.
Right.
Could have influenced his actions so far. And props to Banjara here, that's Yash. He's barely made his presence at the table known, to be honest. He's flying under the radar. In comfortable third place out of 4 at the moment. Interesting spot. Queen Jack off, obviously super strong on the button, 4-handed. The big blind is the chip leader, and the small blind is the 5 big blind stack. Who has 6-5 off. That's not going to cut it. Queen 4. Let's go. Would you be defending in Neil's shoes?
You know, as a chip leader, probably yes.
I think Neil might also give Saransh a lot of respect as well. I mean, don't forget,
That's-
these guys had like a month to study each other before they came. So, you know, they might be picking their spots.
Right.
Ooh, Neil's real getting a bit frisky. All right. He's in the chip lead. What more do you want? The 5 big blind stack is on the button, and ace queen. Sometimes there's not much of a decision. Little timing balance, I like it. So this should be interesting. The chip leader is going to be the one getting some pot odds to call this off.
It's a 5 big blind all in from Samay. I don't see anything else he could have done.
How much is the
Yeah. Easy fold. Good result there for Samay. King 6, surely. Just a bit too wide.
Yeah, I think at this stage he would prefer a call. You know,
Oh, Samay?
try and
Yeah.
double up. You're not really looking to take the blinds with 5 big blinds and
As
ace
long as
queen
it-
in your hand.
As long as it's not a snap call.
Yeah,
I think
that's
you prefer
true.
a call, yeah, for sure.
Like, I mean, look here, Banjara is actually considering a call with just king 6 off. So
Banjara has about the same stack as Yash. Sorry, Banjara is Yash. About the same stack as Saransh. Could factor into his decision. Lets it go.
I thought Saransh chipped up.
Couple of blinds off, yeah. Now there's a bit of a
yeah.
rift. Yeah, mind you, the main event bubble certainly applies to Banjara.
Right, yeah.
Suddenly I feel a bit of tension on the table. Everybody was, especially after the first elimination, everybody was smiling, jovial. I think they went on break and found out what schemes they'd been pulling off against each other and tensed up a bit. So any plans for your second time in Taipei this year?
To take home a lion with me.
Apart from the poker, I meant, but yes, a worthy goal. Are you the kind of person who, when they travel for poker, are you super focused on the poker? Are you trying to soak in the destination as well?
I'm usually super focused, but there's a time before or after the series that I do try to balance it out with some sightseeing, going to national parks, and I'm quite outdoorsy.
Okay.
So I enjoy hikes and nature and things like that. So I explore, but usually never while I'm playing.
Well, I have an excellent recommendation for you in Taipei then. It's not... it's about an hour outside the city. It's called Maokong Hills, which is... you'll get this. I've been trying to tell people from the APT team. It's basically like a hill station, which is not a word that people know outside of India, I realize. But it's basically a hill station that's just an hour out. You just sort of get into these hills. You have to take a cable car ride, like 30 minutes up.
Oh.
And then it's... they have like maybe 10 hikes you can do, like just pathways.
Wow.
I loved it. It was really cool. And then they have... it's like very touristy out of nowhere. And then... so everything there is like tea-based. So they have like tea dim sum and tea cakes and tea ice cream. Which is pretty good, by the way. So, really fun time.
Wow, that sounds very cute. It's such a cute adventure.
Taipei has something for everyone.
Yeah.
Not too late to book your tickets. Just saying, in case
Oh
you
yeah.
always wanted to pull the trigger.
They are always beating and setting history, and I mean beating their previous turnouts.
Yeah. They've called it the classic because the main event buy-in is
reduced.
It's the old one, yeah,
Yes.
like 1500, which is what it used to be, and yet the guarantee is bigger. So that's confidence right there.
Yep.
Jeng Si in chat asks, Rampage in Taipei? I believe he's going to be, by the way. Mr. Rampage himself. So on the one hand, you have all these cute things like the one I just told you about. And then my fellow co-commentator, Stephen Lai, he comes here a lot. He's originally from Hong Kong, but he's very, very familiar with Taiwan. And the last time around, he joined me in the booth, and I was just asking him how his night was. And he mentioned like going to some whiskey place where you're not allowed to talk. You just have to sit there like a man and drink your whiskey. Yeah.
And not speak.
Yeah.
Why?
I don't know, but I just feel it's the opposite of a nice little tea hill station. It's perfect. You have both extremes.
Isn't alcohol a social activity? I mean, isn't it?
Not if it's great. Then you just sit there and appreciate it.
Ah, okay, like that. No, that's not something I want to sign up for, to be honest.
I offered you both options. There we have the stacks. Under 5 bigs. Not a great sign when your stack is being shown in decimal places. Samay needs to find a double up. Did manage to survive the orbit thanks to that ace-queen shove.
Samay, despite being an actor and having all of that going for him, he's quite experienced. So a 5 big blind stack, I don't think he's going to be making any big mistakes. He's just going to play standard. He's going to fold correctly and call correctly. There's not much to do anyway with 5 big blinds, but it holds a lot of value on a final table. That's where there's only 4 people left. Anything can happen. There's antes, you know.
I mean,
anything can happen.
There's a pay jump to consider, 30,000, and of course you mentioned he might be going for glory. So I do want to ask about this. You bring up a great point. I feel like short stack play, it was always given a lot of credit, but I think at the highest levels, people are just figuring it out to a nuance that I think like Rex can't even imagine. I was recently with somebody you know really well, Abhishek Goindi, who honestly said you can create. He said something along the lines of you can terrorize people with like 7 or 8 bigs. And especially these days, you look at some super high roller events, people go 3 streets with like 15 bigs, sometimes even less. What do you think that's about? Like, is it just solver oriented, or people are just maximizing their stack? What's going on?
So you're right, people are really going deep into, you know, sub 15 baby depths and trying to figure that out, because that's actually where you make or break a tournament. you'll see a lot of these high stakes regs, max late dredging most tournaments, so where they start with like 15 to 20 big blinds in their starting stacks because they think that's where the highest value is. And I mean, that's maximum EV because least amount of time and maximum payout, and you're closer to the money. So if you can master that stack depth, you can actually make a lot of money in poker with lesser time invested and
But
make better ROI.
We should caveat, don't try this at home
Don't,
unless
yes.
you've done the work, right?
Yes, definitely. It's actually some regs who have that confidence and experience and level of knowledge and study that can actually do that. But often tournament poker comes down to small stack play or short stack play, and especially final tables and ICM. So it's really, really important to understand the nuances that go behind ICM and short stacks.
And is that the mode of study you'd recommend? Oh, wait just a second. We had a 3-bet, or rather a raise from the big blind that got called. And a jam that actually Neil folds against. Graphics could have been off.
I missed this.
Maybe not a jam. I'm a bit confused. Could have been though. I apologize. I can just go back and watch the stream and report in a moment. But Banjara certainly has picked up some much needed chips there. He's going to be very comfortable now. Yeah, I apologize. I'm going to recount the hand by watching the stream. Neil firstly clicks it in the small blind, raises to 2 bigs. Absurdly, Banjara sort of clicks it back, raises it another 2 bigs with the ace-queen suited, which is a signal of some massive strength. Thanks to the pot odds, Neil comes along with the suited 5-3. The flop actually has a 3 in it, 993, 360k in the middle. Banjara has exactly the pot size behind. Jams it in there, and Neil finds the fold with the 3. I'm not sure what you expect to flop after you call 5-3 and the flop comes 993. A bit of a misstep there unless the graphics were off, and a huge boost to Banjara's stack. Chat is not going to like that. They are still rooting for their champion, but perhaps thinking he's playing a bit cold. Well, he's gotten this far, chat, including getting to the final table. Here we see the ace-deuce get it in against the jacks. Hard luck for Sameh.
Oh, it's not looking good for Sameh.
Everybody could be looking at that main event ticket in just a moment if the jacks can hold up. Saransh is on the correct end of this at the moment. Queen, 8, 10. All safe. An ace or an ace only for now. And the king does add those 2 outs. The ace goes away though. So now one of the 2 jacks needed. Rough shape. Saransh acknowledges it. That's it. We do lose the fearless man, the man in the kurta. Sameh Singh.
Good game, Sameh.
Good game indeed. Over 1 lakh for his efforts, not to mention a mini main ticket.
Grabbing beer tonight?
Yeah, I don't think. Did he jam his deuce off?
Yeah.
I don't think that's that the charts would tell you to jam his deuce off over there. Perhaps a little thrown off by his Jack 10 lead in the previous hand, and you know, having to.
But he was so short though, right? 5 bigs.
Yeah, that's true.
I think he just ran into Jack. I mean, again, he made some moves earlier. Yeah, that Jack 10 lead you mentioned. Certainly was going to be a bit rattled. And with that, we have a top 3 finishers. All of them guaranteed a main event ticket. I love this, by the way, because our team will actually be tracking them, and they're really good at that across their main event run as well. So I'm always rooting for a deep run for any of the qualifiers, but of course when it's Natural 8 India, even more so.
Do we know if Yash made the main event ticket last time as well, or did he have to settle for the mini?
I have a feeling he didn't, because he would have mentioned it, but either way.
Oh, so here we go. He's already upped his last score from last time, and I wonder how he finished as well.
Everybody guaranteed 1,35,000. Not a bad payday and not bad in terms of the number of APT bullets it gets you, depending on the event you want to play. Have you taken a look at the schedule? I was telling Parth this, by the way. I love taking a look at the APT schedule and all the crazy events we have. 10 p.m. today is the TikTok Boom Super Hold'em edition, which means the blinds start off at 15-minute levels.
I'm gonna play this.
And
It
every
sounds
hour it
so
goes to
fun.
10 minutes, 5 minutes, then 2 minutes. Well, you have a Super Hold'em APT line,
yeah,
so it's your game.
I'm gonna defend.
The TikTok Boom is not the place to defend any reasonable trophy. It's the place to splash around and then maybe, just maybe,
It
grab
just
yourself
looks like
somebody
so much
live.
fun. Count me in, guys.
Another float from Saraj, by the way. This time, absolutely correct. Floats the king deuce off on the jack 10-6 board. The 6 pairing is actually not too bad, considering he floated on the flop. No extra backdoors for Neil. Time to double barrel.
Oh, Saransh now has taken the chip lead, is that correct?
Yeah, for the moment, thanks to eliminating Samay.
Samay.
I think Neil, with his aggression, is about to take it back, though. Double barrel in position. Certainly credibly repping.
You know, 3-way on a paired board with king high, you gotta stop and consider it at least. And ace high will probably call.
Oh, he's showing? Oh, he shows one.
Which one did he show? He shows both?
I'm guessing the 7. If he's showing anyway, he's probably going to show the 7.
Neil and Saransh neck and neck.
Yeah, quite a battle. Banjara not too far behind.
All three putting up a very good fight in this moment. I think at this point they're all playing for the trophy. They're pretty happy with the main event tickets.
Yeah. Pay jump is 45,000 to second place and another 60 after that. Nothing to scoff at, but if they've thought it through, that trophy holds so much value. I mean, for a 5,500 rupee buy-in to win an APT line in Taipei, and well deserved too.
Have I spoken it into existence? No.
Yeah, people always ask you how many trophies do you have. You know, I have some of my biggest scores finishing 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th.
Yeah.
But the question I get asked the most is how many trophies do you have? So it's always about the trophy, you know. Nobody asks how many 2nd or 3rd places you have, even if the scores are bigger.
I remember, and I've told this story on stream, so I apologize in case somebody's heard it, but they used to give out trophies for DPTs for 2nd place as well.
I have one
and I
of
got
those.
a 2nd. Yeah, exactly. And I came for the main, right?
Right.
And I come home, and I first have to explain to my parents what even a tournament is and how it worked out 2nd play. I mean, if I tell them what the difference between 1st and 2nd was, they'd probably faint, right? But all they could look at was this huge trophy, and you know, after like 20 years, they're like, "Mera beta trophy leke aayega." It's like hadn't happened for so long. So I know the value of hardware.
Yeah, exactly. Complete whiff of the flop for both, but there's action. And there's a consideration here by Yash with his 8 high.
This would be pretty out of character, so he does let it go. Props to Neil.
So is Yash the more conservative watch and wait player on the table?
Yeah, I think he nailed it. Certainly on this table. He's picked his spots, but for the most part has let others get busy. And look, it's worked out for him. The main goal has been accomplished, or let's just say the first goal, main event ticket. And now, of course, all eyes on the prize.
Right.
Once we get down to heads up, of course, we will put the trophy out on the table. Ashish in chat says, go for the kill, Neil. Time Traveler Poker says, hi everyone in chat. Hey, frequent commenter here at the APT. This guy has the record for the longest session ever. He beat Phil Luck. It's like 100 and something hours.
Oh, wow.
Hey, time traveler. What's your longest session, you think? It's more of a cash thing anyway, right?
Right. I've had a very long cash session. I think almost 36, 40 hours, something like that. When I was much younger, when I started playing, I was only playing cash games.
Right.
I transitioned to tournaments much later on.
So how did it feel at the end of 35, 40 hours? Were you up?
No,
Oh,
of course
no.
not.
Then no.
Why would I be motivated to sit there?
Oh, I've seen,
Oh.
you know, people can still be up. People end up sitting there if they're up stuck, right? Like if they were up
Yeah.
a certain amount and then they drop down a bit and they just like want to get back to it.
Yeah.
I did once go to a poker room and this guy was up from 5K to 1,20,000. And I came back a full day later, like 18 hours later, and he was down to 5K. It's like, dude, one full day. This is where you're at.
Yeah, some people just want to play. They have just so much fun. They're just there for the poker of it. I think the scores are not just another thing, you know.
Yeah, you
as long as they have decisions to make, 2 cards in front of them, they just enjoy it so much. And I used to be one of those people. I still am, actually.
Yeah.
But now I'm way more sensible about how I spend my time and balance poker and life.
Do you think it's an important aspect of sustaining a poker career? Or you think if you're passionate enough, you can just like
Yeah, I
stick
mean,
with it?
after a point that for most people, I mean, there are still people I know who have been playing for 15 years and still have that level of passion and no balance in their life. But after a point, you do want that balance. You want a life outside of poker as well. The excitement and adrenaline wears off, and yeah, it's very important to even succeed at poker. The balance is important to succeed at poker because you can get burnt out, you know.
Yeah, it's a mental game. And all you have is the ability to make decisions. So whatever maximizes that.
Yeah, and I think motivation depends on things outside of the task at hand. Like, you need to be motivated to achieve something else also. And if you don't have that balance in your life, I think it's hard to find that level of motivation. But some people are just excited and motivated to just play and win and play and win, and that's just enough for them.
Have you had phases where you just were not a fan of poker? Is that blasphemy?
I've always loved poker.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There we go. That explains a lot.
Yeah.
Interesting
I
spot
mean-
developing here, by the way. I'm sorry to cut you off. The 10 of hearts just came on the turn, so after being out-kicked, Saransh actually picked up a bunch of outs. And look how close the stacks are with 520k in the middle. Neither player is loving the fact that they have third pair on the board, but King of Hearts could give Saransh the confidence to continue with the hand. Checks out of position for the moment. Understandable check by Neil. And gets the check mark. Outkicks his opponent, the very next best hand.
Yeah, I don't know if he would want to bluff here with a pair. You know, 3-way, he might just want to go till showdown. Neil should be checking it back. It's blind versus blind. Yeah, it's going to go check, and Neil's going to take it down. Sucks when you have a king as your kicker and you're still outkicked.
मुझे लगा क्वीन भी मुश्किल ही है और छक्की मुझसे बेटर कितना होगी और वही दिखा दी
You down for the 20? A premium, a monster in fact, 3-handed, ace 10 off. Lines are 25,000, 50,000, and that dreaded ante in the mix. So he goes all in, pretty standard. Love to pick up the 125k in the middle, uncontested, and that is what is surely going to happen. Time Traveler says thanks for the shout out. Appreciate it. And the kind words, Time Traveler.
I think Yash is just taking his time to make a decision because he doesn't want to be that snap folder in the big blind. Otherwise, people might just try to walk over him.
Okay.
So he's posturing there, showing people that he's going to consider his hands. He might have.
It's a little bit like next time
Yeah,
I'll get you.
yes,
so be
exactly,
careful, right?
exactly, yeah. And I think that's smart also. You shouldn't just show it.
Yeah, what do you think about all these like meta game of the live poker arena? Like, is it an important one to master?
Yes, you should never come across as an easy folder. Yeah. You should always give the other person a sweat, especially when there's so much on the line.
Really makes poker feel like that old school psychological war, right?
Right. Especially if you have a bit of an image of playing on the conservative side.
You have to balance that out with tanking too much, though, probably.
Yeah.
Are you the kind of player who takes their time with every decision, even if it's somewhat standard?
Not really.
Just on to the next one.
Yeah. I mean, on final tables, I'll try to keep it a little standard, but I don't take so long. I just take much longer post-flop. Pre-flop, I just know what I need to do, and because I don't play tight, I don't need to kind of build any image.
Yeah, what does it feel like now that you come in with an image? Are you playing off that? I mean, most people, especially on the Indian circuit, know you globally as well.
Yeah, nobody folds against me anymore.
Is that it?
So I know, you got to know how to make it work for you either way. A good hand here again for Saranj. Oh, he just rips it in. Wow. I guess blind versus blind. Yeah, that's fine. I thought he's on the button.
$11 bigs for Yash, 25 for Neil. A decent gap. But I wonder if they are thinking the way you are, where ICM be damned and let's just go for it. I mean, listen, the pay jump between third place and first place is still over lakhs, so I don't discount anybody's weighing of that prize amount, but yeah, the APT trophy is there to fight for. I spoke to Saranj before. As one might expect, he's going to be playing as many events as he can during this series. He is a poker professional, of course. For the rest of them, maybe they're thinking how many more buy-ins they can get, for other events.
Yeah, of course. No, 1 lakh is a very sizable pay jump, especially in a 5,000 rupee buy-in tournament.
That's right. And we know Banjara, he is going to be buying into these tournaments. He's the Natural Aid India APT expert.
Yeah.
A great spot he's picked here.
Yeah.
3-bet jamming the King Jack off against the Queen Jack open. It's a decent chunk of change to call.
Yeah, I don't think he can call here. The Queen Jack off.
You have to be in gamble mode to call this off. He is getting pot odds, to be fair, but he's dominated so frequently,
It's
just like he is.
a huge portion of his stack, and if it was suited, you'd probably call, but not like
Oh, would you?
this. Yeah.
You take essentially what you hope would be a flip of some sort. Good decision here, lets it go, and look at that, the stacks even out between Yash and Saransh. I will say Yash has been a cool customer. He's just making it look easy. I mean, look at that, what a great spot he picked. By the way, Nikita, let me read out the chat. Vishal Oja has just been needling KP, even though he's not even in the booth. Vishal says, call KP into the booth. He must have busted from his next tourney already.
Vishal, KP can't come into the booth. The APT has to meet their guarantees. He needs to keep firing.
He needs to contribute.
Yes.
So Nikita, when did you settle in on live poker as sort of your mainstay in your career? And what are your thoughts online versus live? I know it's a trite question, but you're an online poker ambassador. But there's no shame in being honest about how you feel either way.
I mean, I really go off of live tells. I think my edge is way more significant on live versus online, just because of my experience as a cash game player. Since back in the day, I only played live then. Online poker wasn't a big concept when I started playing poker, and so because my edges are just that much more, and I'm more comfortable with live, I just gravitated towards live poker a lot, and I love the travel aspect of poker as well. So
And
it's just more exciting for me.
And for anybody listening, what do you think are the downsides?
I don't think. I mean, online poker is still very, if you're having a downswing, everything happens really fast and you don't even get to know, and it just feels like play money. In live, there's still like you play one table at a time, and the variance is spread out because you're just playing one table instead of 10 tables at a time, or whatever, 5 tables. So
You can brick full series for sometimes weeks and months, right? And
yeah, I think that's one of the things that is just slower. The burn is slower, the wins are slower, the downswing is slower, so that would be a downside. A lot of online grinders, in fact, get like really bored because they get like one hand every 2 or 3 minutes.
Yeah.
Sometimes more than 5-7 minutes, and they're like, I would have already like played 15 hands by now.
Right. It's a tough transition for the online guys, for sure.
Yeah.
Some of these players on the screen are making that transition effectively. They don't have too much live experience. We had Peter on the table, by the way. Phantom was his screen name, and he's a school principal in Lucknow.
He is currently your principal.
Yeah.
Okay.
And yeah, he wasn't big on his students finding out about his passion, but I was telling him I hope, the fact that it's streamed here at the APT, and obviously the quality and the legitimacy it gives to the sport, hopefully that makes it a bit more palatable to his students. But anyway, he said this was his, I believe, 2nd or 3rd live series ever. So
wow.
And this is the big one. Before that, it had been India. He also mentioned, I was mentioning this with Parth, he's from Lucknow. They run home games and such, and they run home game MTTs. And he said he had like friends coming down from different cities to play like just MTTs they were organizing in the city. It's wild. I had no idea this kind of stuff is going on.
That's the fun part about poker, right? The different backgrounds, the variety of people that it brings together. And school principal is a first for me in like almost 15 years of playing poker. Look at that, a very big hand for both Sanjay and Yash. Saransh and Yash, excuse me.
Yeah, so Yash just took a cheeky one off Saransh in a small versus big situation. Raised from the small and C-bet and took it down, and as a result created a huge gap between their stacks, but I think Saransh rather will now be getting some clawback. Nice little overpair there.
90.
Oh, small, 1/3 pot.
It'll be interesting to see how Yash responds with his 2 overs and backdoor. Some would say he has 60% of a straight flush.
That's right. It's always tough to fold 60% of the straight flush. But he's already shaking his head. I think that
Yeah,
means he's going to
he's
fold.
not happy about it. He shows and folds.
Oh, I hate that. Free information. Saranj keeps it friendly.
Yep.
That's something you'll probably never see too many pros do, is show their hands for free.
Yeah, I wouldn't recommend that, especially on a final table, to show your. I don't recommend showing your hands ever.
Yeah?
Yeah, don't ever show your hands.
Do you lie about your hands?
No, I never lie about my hands.
Oh, is it?
I just tell people that, oh, I'll tell you tomorrow, or I'll tell you after the tournament. And mostly people forget, so I get away from it. But I would never lie about hands. In fact, I've caught some friends lying about hands because they claim to have hands that I've had.
That you hold the card, yeah.
I hold one of the cards and I'm like, interesting. So it's just dumb. Don't tell. Why lie?
So you're not in this Phil Lark camp of, remember his book was called All Lies at the Poker Table, where poker is this unique situation where it's ethically okay to lie.
Right. I don't know if it's ethically okay to lie if you're not in the hand. In the hand is a different thing.
No, I mean at the end of the hand, like if somebody asks.
I would rather just not speak about it.
I like that. Principle.
Yeah.
The battle is
Also,
raging on.
for me, it's really hard to lie about things because I forget what I lied about, and then it's like,
Yeah, that's
I like literally 2 hours later, they're like, oh, you know, when you had that hand, when you had ace 10, I'm like, when did I have ace 10?
And then your brain is like, oh right, when I was pretending to have ace 10, I should have done this, but I did that.
Yeah.
I love this shot, by the way, not just because of our lovely dealer, but that is the...
With the stack of trophies behind her.
I came up with a term for this, by the way. It hasn't caught on yet, but I should spread it within the APT. It's the pride of lions of the APT trophies. Have you lifted the main event or the high roller trophy?
They're very heavy, is it?
It is a beast. And I insist that whoever wins the main, certainly this time they can afford it, separate seat for the trophy on the way back home is a must. Can you imagine walking into a plane and you just see the trophy sitting
in a seat? I feel like having a really large, heavy trophy to take home is one of the best problems to have after a poker tournament. You're like, oh, shit, I'm overweight.
Exactly.
Why? Because I have a massive trophy in my luggage.
And I can certainly afford to pay the fees.
Yeah.
Mind you, look how close the stacks are. They're 13 bigs, 14 bigs, 18 bigs.
It's
truly anyone's game.
Anyone's game right now.
I have to say, as far as the edge goes, I would still weigh towards Saranj, despite him being the shortest stack, just because, as we mentioned, short stack play, experience, it all kicks in. Jack 7 off. Tough spot. 13 bigs or so. That's a go.
Neil limps in.
Insta jam.
Instant fold.
I have to say, I mean, we discussed Yash balancing his timing a little bit, but
Yeah,
that instant all-in is like, I saw an ace and here we go.
Yeah. I think you should be a little more careful.
That's about as close as it gets. 13 bigs, 15 bigs, 17 bigs. There's a lot to play for. 1 lakh difference between third and first. APT trophy to the first place winner. I should point out, it's also really cool that Naturally in India not only ponied up all the bonuses for this event, which is flights, hotels, mini main and main tickets, but also there's going to be a video team that sort of documents these players' journeys. In fact, I remember the last series, I think you did a couple of videos with them as well.
Yeah.
I feel like it really captures the magical part of the experience of being here, beyond just playing on the table.
Yeah, you know, poker is such a niche. It's, you know, a different world altogether, and it's a very real world. There's so many people that are part of it. It's like people who are not exposed to poker have no idea what's actually going on here.
Yeah.
And I think having all that content and documenting the journey and really helps making poker closer to being more mainstream, like it is in the US. In the US, you're watching poker on ESPN, which is like the most mainstream sports channel. And I think poker really deserves that, because I know the level of skill that really goes into getting better at the game, and you know, it helps fight the misconceptions surrounding the game. And yeah, it's so important for even the players. Like I said, diverse backgrounds and the kind of exposure that poker can really get is very, very vast if the perception could change.
Well, we have a bit of a situation brewing here, Nikita.
Wow, look at
7-5-4,
that.
2 diamonds, 2 overs and a flush draw, and the same flush draw with a pair for Saransh. And Banjara has effectively committed himself with the half-pot bet.
Oh, look at that. It's a coin flip, like, even though he has a pair.
Yeah, instant all in, and yeah, Yash just has to call it off, and he's actually the favorite, but 2 overs and the flush draw means an absolute coin flip. This is a high-stakes one.
Yeah, this could be the decider hand of the entire tournament for the trophy.
Poker can be a cruel mistress. King of spades means the 4 is safe thus far. Any 10, queen, or diamond.
Tight one.
Yash does not catch, and he is down to just 3 bigs. Saransh, for all his experience, effectively won a crucial flip there. Now has the biggest stack anybody has had on this table. 1.4 million in his stack. Yash is visibly disappointed. I cannot blame him. All part of the game.
Yeah.
How do you get used to? I should ask you this among anybody else I've had in the booth. I've seen you lose some brutal flips and sometimes better than flips in terms of you being a favorite. What do you do? How do you get used to it? This should be the #1 question every poker pro should be telling, like recreationals.
Yeah, I mean, for Yash to get here, he's given some sick ones, right?
That's true.
So it's only fair that you get them sometimes. It's I play the long game, not the short game, and that's basically how you.
But how do you make your brain remember the ones you've given when you receive them? Because they don't pop up in your brain for some reason.
No, you don't make your brain remember any of it. You just make sure you're playing the hands correctly, and that your maths and your strategy and your whatever the game theory is correct, and that's basically what you can do, and be confident that you will be playing the long game, the long run profitable game.
Yeah, it is absolutely my favorite thing about poker is that it's not results oriented.
Yeah, like they say, trust the process.
Trust the process. I do find that the world is a bit results oriented, which sometimes clashes with mentalities, you know what I mean? Like in terms of how other people value you. But yeah, trust the process and wait for the long run to pan out, right?
Yeah. I think what's more important is, instead of dwelling on the bad beats you're getting, to actually study the hand and see if you did the right thing.
Yeah.
And learn what the right thing in that situation is. That's basically what you're supposed to do. You're not supposed to remember your bad beats or not remember them or whatever.
So do you think you're capable of, taking a bad beat, maybe it's a close spot, and then let's say you go into the lab or talk to someone who is pretty confident that you made the right decision. You think you're capable of even patting yourself on the back after taking a beat and being like, oh, cool, I made the best decision?
I mean, I won't lie, it really hurts. I've lost the title and trophy with a very bad beat as the chip leader. I mean, I lost Ace King to Ace Queen for a WPT main event.
I remember.
And that one has always stuck with me. So there's always going to be those 1 or 2 ones that really stick with you. But at the end of the day, you have to be satisfied with the fact that you did your best and you played correctly. And Also, you got very lucky to be where you were in the first place.
That's
so.
right. This is a rough one, by the way. Yash has 9 deuce off. He is supposed to call. He's invested a blind already and an ante rather into the pot. He does make the right call. He has 2 live ones, not too shabby.
He's very upset.
He's getting philosophical. I think he said घर थोड़ी ना लेके जाऊंगा. King 10 versus 9 deuce. 32%. 1 in 3. Not too shabby, as I said. Can begin the comeback story. Off to the flop. There is a 10, which means it's likely going to be showers here for Yash.
Yeah, 5% of the flop doesn't look promising.
Backdoors needed, otherwise that's
Oh,
it.
there you go.
Yeah, that does count.
9.
Needs a
Still
9.
5%.
Not to be, we do lose our 3rd place finisher, Yash Khandelwal, aka Banjara. An incredible performance. I kept mentioning how he was sort of flying under the radar, but he did really well to get the main event ticket and seems visibly disappointed. Just goes to show the passion he was bringing to the table. That does mean we've reached heads up with people I've branded as each other's nemesis, so to speak. Of course, Saransh came in as the chip leader, has taken back the chip lead, winning a massive flip, but I believe after that pickup, I think Neil might be pretty close. So this is going to be an evenly matched heads-up battle. It's going to be for the APT trophy. We're going to set it up and let the players fight it out.
We'll make a we'll have a 5-minute break.
Yeah, I want to.
Players agree to 5-minute break. 5-minute break.
There you have it. 2,41,000 to the winner. 1,81,000 locked up. Not a bad payday at all, Nikita. 60,000 to fight for. And now the trophy. Do you have any favorites here?
I guess Saranj with his experience, his tournament experience. I haven't seen Neil before or heard of him, but he's played an incredible game to come this far, and it could be anyone's game. The stacks are pretty close, and heads up is very high variance. So,
would you give any credence to the strategy people talk about? You're right, Neil has less experience. Should he be trying to up the variance as a strategic decision?
I think it's at the end of the day, heads up unfortunately comes down to what cards are dealt also, so it's just, it could be anyone's game at this point. And yeah, I think congratulations to Yash for winning the main event ticket and making that bubble, making that pay jump. And
yeah, we can't wait to track him along the main event. Flight 1A, by the way, kicks off tomorrow. He might actually be in that one. And congratulations to all the other players as well. 2 of them couldn't make it. That's numbers 6 and 5. But we did have Peter, that's Phantom, and Nitish join us, locking up some scores, but also getting mini main event tickets. And then, of course, we had the 3rd place finisher, Yash, who you just mentioned, get the main event ticket. So it's going to be an exciting heads up. Do not go anywhere. We do know that the YouTube chat seems to favor Neil a little bit, not so much shouting out Saransh, but I suspect his friends and family will be tuning in, considering he's heads up. Nikita, I want to thank you so much for joining me in the booth. It's been an absolute pleasure, especially you being a Natural Aid ambassador. Any last words as we close out the Natural Aid India main event and kick off the rest of the series, really?
like I said, guys, stay tuned in. If you're enjoying the stream, you could be the next one on it. Natural Aid India is giving these unparalleled opportunities to all players just to buy, $5,000 and you can have this entire experience. Main event tickets, mini main event tickets, flights, stays, and exotic locations. So stay tuned, and we are bringing a lot more to you. Where else in India will you have such an opportunity? And I'm happy to be on the booth with Vidur. All the best to the final 2, and GG to the rest of the players.
Going to set it better. Stay tuned. We'll be back in just a few minutes with Heads Up and close out the Natural Aid India main event. And thanks again to Nikita for joining me in the booth.
Thank you.
Verify your seat and take in your seats. Once again, players were brought in for the Mystery Hunter Flight B. We're about 10 minutes away from the start of the tournament. If you have your ticket with you and the table shows 1 to 20, table 1 to 20, you may come into the tournament area and get your seats. If your ticket has a waiting list, it shows waiting list, please approach one of the staff, the floor, and you can verify your seat. Okay, the players in the N8 India, please come back to the tournament area, the stage. The place is almost over. And the two players that are in the N8 India, please come back to the front stage. Alright, dealers in the Mystery Hunter Flight B, your button goes up, button seat number 7. Mystery Hunter Flight B dealers, button will start on seat number 7. Once again, players who have brought in for Mystery Hunter Flight B, your ticket shows table 1 to 20. Please get onto the tournament area and get your seats. Your ticket shows waiting list. Please approach the staff, the floor, to verify your seat.
My apology. I think we had both our mics off. Well, here we are. We're back after the break, and I'm joined once again by Parth in the booth, aka your poker guy. Welcome back to the booth, Parth. And let me just fill you in where we're at. You know, we're heads up, of course. Saransh won a huge flip against Yash, and eventually Yash ended up getting eliminated in third place, but he accomplished a huge milestone.
Absolutely.
Getting the main event ticket. We're down to Saransh versus Neil. You followed along when they had a bit of a rivalry going. I'm not going to ask you to pick favorites. I asked Nikita to do that. But obviously, Saransh, with all his experience, is going to have an edge. But you think Neil has a shot, given how he's played?
The thing about Neil is, he doesn't care. And that is so important in poker, right? When you care, you make mistakes. Neil is so relaxed right now, like even before when we spoke. And I think that quality might just help him.
Yeah.
Though I want Saransh to win because there's a party on the line.
That's what he said.
I've got this thing sorted. But yeah, it's an interesting one that's happening. I met Yash outside. He said in case he would have finished second, he would have played the mystery bounty right now.
Oh, there you go.
He's missed out on the mystery bounty, but a good heads up on right now.
And let's not forget, these players have locked up 1,81,000 off a 5,500 buy-in. This is a 60,000 rupee heads up they're playing, but I think I can safely now say, perhaps more importantly, even to them, the APT trophy, the APT Lion,
absolutely
is up for grabs. They get to emerge a winner at this incredible event, the kickoff event for our streaming. And here we go, 1.08 million, let's just say 1.1 million versus 1.3 million. Pretty even stacks, slight edge for Saransh.
Decides to go all in with that huge stack. They're playing with about 35, 40 bigs, 30 bigs. 76 hands in. It's been a fun final table, Vidur. How's it been for you?
Yeah, it's been super cool to see. Sometimes people's strategies are face up. You know, we saw Samai go for it on the very first hand.
Sure.
4-bet jamming, king 10 off. Set the tone, set his image for the table. We saw Saransh be a table bully, go all the way down to bottom in chips, and claw his way back and finally sort of win a crucial flip. It was a pair and a flush draw against 2 overs and a flush draw, and Saransh held up. and he knows what to do with it. With that ace queen, of course, Nikita was just saying sometimes heads up comes down to the cards you're dealt. With that ace queen alone, he just widened the gap 18 to 26 bigs. Are you a big heads up guy?
Unfortunately not, because I don't land up reaching the heads up stage. That's how life is, but I think I'm a heads up viewer. That's all we can say.
Well,
but
I don't reach heads up at final tables as well, but I do like to play heads up sit and goes.
Sure.
And it's just my favorite format, it's just...
No, I agree. And like, you're playing a lot of your hands. You're playing a lot of the hands. That makes it
Exactly.
fun to watch.
And let's
and
just
play.
see if Saransh agrees. He has the nut low. 3 deuce suited. Time to see what dealer button strategies come in with, and decides to limp it, I believe.
Suited, I think you can do that. Also, shout out to the entire streaming team. If you look at it, it's looking really pretty. When they break the screen down into 2 people, it looks really good.
About 5 minutes away from the start of the tournament. If your ticket shows table 1 to 22, table 1
And
to
Neil with Queen 9
22,
suited, of course, is going to play this hand.
get your seat. If your ticket shows waiting list, please approach one of the floor and verify your seat.
Both of them have diamonds.
As soon as you can.
But there's a raise here, and I expect Saransh to get out of this hand. And not really. Saransh decides to continue. Diamonds here on the board will make things interesting. If both of them are on a flush draw, things can get very interesting here. Not really. No action board.
Once again, players, the 5 minutes.
In this case, the player in position with extra chips certainly has the advantage. It's interesting though. Queen 9 of diamonds on a board like this should be a check call hand. But the pot is just so big already, 430k in the middle.
Yep, right. I missed that. 430k already in the pot. There was a raise pre-flop by Neil. But he will also think that Saransh had just limped in.
Yeah.
So this kind of board is more in Saransh's range. He can have a 5, a 8.
Yeah, and at this stack depth, Saransh can have some monsters as well that he's trapping. But, once Neil decides to check the flop with 835k, I'm very curious to see what his plans are. Saransh bets as he would, and he decides to effectively jam as a bluff. What a decision.
Beautiful play here by Neil. I'm a fan here. That was an amazing play. And Saransh doesn't waste any time. He's happy to fold. What do you make of that? Taking the chip lead, Neil.
Wow. Power poker. Just decides to rep essentially a monster. He's like,
Absolutely.
okay, this is what I'm repping. If you have something you can call with, go for it.
And just telling Saransh that, okay, if it's polar, I don't care about the trophy and nothing. If you want to call, call. I only wish there was some speech play happening. He's saying call and it's over. And that would be fun to see.
An aggressive all-in here by Saransh. He's had enough. So much of heads up is about momentum, and he decides to just wrestle it back no matter what with Jack 5 of diamonds. King 10 is close, but at 20 bigs, just feels like you could wait for a better spot. I've seen hands like these call off though.
We're less than 2 minutes away from the tournament. Again, players were bought in for Mystery Bounty Hunter Flight B. The ticket shows
You can hear
table
the
1
mystery
to
bounty
22.
flight being
Please
announced
head
in
on
the
into
back.
tournament area and claim your seats. The waiting list shows on the ticket. Approach one of the floor, you can verify your seats, and we'll get you seated as soon as you can.
ग्रीन स्टैक कर लेगा क्या समझ ही नहीं आ रहा है
Absolutely dead even heat.
इट इज फाइन दैट्स ऑल गुड नहीं है ये 10 के हैं
Ten deuce now.
Right, Mystery Bounty Hunter Flight B, winners will
Suited
be
variety, and he goes for a raise, I believe. He's really mixing it up. We saw him, and he goes for the raise to 3 bigs. Talk about mixing it up. We saw him limp with the 3-2 suited and get into a tricky spot. Again, really valuing momentum, and Neil seems to not be going anywhere with the queen 9 off. Seems to know his heads-up ranges.
Alright, we are commencing the tournament. Leaders, shuffle up and deal.
Alright, Mystery Bounty Hunter Flight A, let's complete the hand you are, we're going for the break. Take time last hand. 15-minute break for you guys.
Off to the flop, and ball is already 420k. Try board 833. This is a game of who wants it more. Certainly Saransh has made the first play at it, going with that huge pre-flop open, but Neil, after defending the queen 9, does he want to just check fold here?
Alright, those of you that pay and register to Flight B, table 23 is available. Table 23.
Well, if you open 10 to suited and the board comes this dry, absolutely reducing the chance of your opponent connecting with it. Pretty obvious spot to continuation bet. The 3x open has to be throwing off Neil. Does that mean air? Which it indeed is. Does that mean a monster? I like the bet sizing, completely in line with a monster, certainly well balanced. This is what Saransh would do with a hand like maybe ace king, which would be the best hand. Pocket pairs that might open 3x. Really cool hand to take down with that bet sizing and create that 8 big blind gap between the two of them. YouTube chat, where did all the Neil supporters go? We're down to heads up. This is when Neil needs you the most, guys. Let's go. Let's hear it for Neil and any Saransh supporters that have been quiet thus far. Now would be the time to maybe leave a message that Saransh can read after the stream is over. Crystal says Neil, our next Pathan. I haven't seen that one, but is he? Is Shah Rukh a superhero in that? Is Neil the next superhero? There we go. We are here, says Daimai. I appreciate it.
Repeat.
Go Neil, go. Indeed, what he's trying to do with the 5-3 off will not help the cause. Down to 13 bigs. Still plenty in heads up. The milestones to think about. First, when you get a 2-1 chip lead or chip deficit. In that case, an all-in would essentially flip stacks. Neil is well above that at the moment with 13 bigs, but if he loses a couple more blinds, that's where he'll be. Next milestone would be 3-1. Of course, even if you double up, do you get the chip lead or not?
Correction, sorry.
20 to 13 is almost even stacks in the sense you're in that all-in territory, and if you win the all-in, you'd have a massive chip lead. So Still anyone's game. Chat saying we're just stressed. I hear you. Neil seems comfortable though, as does Saransh. For Saransh, of course, a consummate professional, just another day at the office. And look at this. Mixing it up once again, the 9-8 off limps. We saw him open the 10 deuce, we saw him limp 3 deuce suited, now the 9-8 off limps. Neil does not pick up on the pattern, and I can't blame him, it's been pretty random. Has been weak in all those scenarios though, but Neil takes his 7-4 suited to the flop. Flops a gut shot, middle pair for Saransh. Middle pair is super strong, heads up. I think Saransh knows he's supposed to bet this. Just thinking about sizing, does not want Neil to come over the top. He checks for pot control, as I said. Does not want his opponent to maybe bluff him off his middle pair. And the Jack of Diamonds actually gives the backdoor flush draw and, of course, the original gut shot. That's a lot of equity Neil just picked up. And he's betting it. Grabs those greens. Announces a big bet. Love the sizing, almost full pot. And how do you feel about middle pair now with the Jack coming? Since he did not bet the flop, Saransh knows he cannot fold yet. Neil could have exactly the kind of holding he has, a backdoor flush draw. Saransh makes the call, has a diamond himself, could come into play in tricky spots. For now we head to the river, and a crucial one at that. Neil needs to catch a diamond or a 5, and ace means Saransh gets the check mark, but his pair now 4th on the board. Neil has 7 high and arguably should be bluffing at this 100% of the time since he doesn't have showdown value, but the ace could scare him. Saransh checked the flop, mind you. Of course, he did limp pre-flop, but he could be trapping with some aces that would check behind on the flop. And certainly would call one street depending on the suits on the turn.
Once again, open tournament pair for the flight B.
Neil throws in a time bank to try and consider whether to bluff at it. This would be a double battle with 7 high. I think he's worried his opponent has a jack somehow or an ace, and Saransh takes the showdown value, and he's going to be excited to win this one. Insists that his opponent, who is out of position, show first as he's supposed to, and proudly takes the hand down. That's going to be a boost of confidence, not to mention the boost of chips. 730K now versus Saransh's almost 2 million, and there's that 2.5 to 1 chip lead. We're approaching that 3 to 1 territory, and that's when things get really dangerous, when you're not even afraid of giving a double up to your opponent. Actually allows you to play perfectly, make some loose calls, and try to seal the deal. N8 now. Blinds at 40,000, 80,000. Tricky spot. He's supposed to jam here, by the way, with the antes in play. This is actually absolutely theoretically correct to jam. So much fold equity, and oh no, he's let it go. That's actually a crucial one. And what do you know? He would have gotten called, but the reason you're supposed to jam that is because there's so much to pick up in the middle. 200,000 with the antes in play as well. You can be jamming much wider than 10-8 off. I'm happy to welcome Mr. Sam Insole back in the booth to close this one out with me. Sam, welcome back. You were here with me to kick things off. Firstly, what do you think about these two players making it towards the end? We had Saransh, who came in as a chip leader, and Neil on the left, who was, I believe, 6th in chips coming into the day. Slowly clawed his way back up to the chip lead and went into heads up. almost even stacks, now down to about a 3-to-1 chip deficit.
Yeah, so when I left, Neil was running quite well. He did win the very first hand, doubled up right away from second in chips, and manages to survive. And now he's here playing heads up for the APT Lion Trophy. Both these players obviously guaranteed a main event ticket, so congrats to both of them already, but he's definitely got his work cut out for him. There's quite a big chip advantage.
So there's a 60,000 rupee pay jump as well, and to put it into context, that's over 10 buy-ins for this event. Certainly no chump change, but it's that APT line you just mentioned that these players are vying for, as would I be. This is what heads up is all about. 6 deuce and 8-3 going into the battle.
Yeah, I think 6-2 is supposed to find a raise here.
He's down to like 7 bigs, I think.
Yeah, I think he made like 2.7 and fold or something. 160.
He's not been the tricky variety. We did just see him fold 10-8 off just as you took your seat, and
yeah,
I think it's tough to, you know, as a newish player, which Neil self-confessedly supposedly is, as I met him in the morning. You know, you're not studying heads-up ranges in your free time, and you're trying to figure out 6 max, 9 max, full ring, MTTs, and clearly he's good at all of those. He made it to the final table, but
yeah, I think heads-up is the thing that people last study when they absolutely need it, and heads-up is a vastly different game than any other format, even three-handed. Is completely different.
Yeah, I mean, how are you supposed to know that you're supposed to jam 10-8 off there, right?
Yeah.
Like with 8 bigs or whatever he had. So I don't blame him. In this case, we've seen actually 6 deuce, interestingly, has been sort of Neil's lucky hand. He managed to spike the deuce and get the best of it. One big blind is the bet for the moment, and it gets called. Neil just needs to do, you know, the name of the game. Hold him. And let's see if he can chip back up. Now his pair of deuces fourth on the board, as deuces will often be on the turn, and with Saransh, aka Terror Gandhi, not having any showdown value, he's in position, he has chips. Oh, wait just a second. Neil grabbing chips. Is he about to do the old... Oh, he goes all in. How does he know? He does have the best of it, and this is going to be an instant fold from Saransh, but this is one of the old... oh, Saransh is posturing with the 8-3 off.
I think he just wants to get a count of his opponent's stack so he doesn't need to count it later, because he knows what's in the pot, and then once he knows it's 450, he can add and find out how much he's got.
I think you're being very generous about what Saransh is doing here. A little bit of Hollywood never hurt anybody, and, you know, heads up more than any other game is a psychological battle. So you want your opponent to feel the tension. And by the way, Neil would certainly be feeling the tension here, right?
Oh, yeah.
Going all in with just a pair of deuces. Yeah. Let's just talk about what he did there. He called the flop. I guess saw the queen as a bit of a clean turn. I mean, no ace certainly would make it a clean turn.
I think he's bluffing.
He could be bluffing as well, yeah.
Yeah, I think this is a bluff he's going for.
On the other hand, I mean, all the hands that would sort of be like gut shots and open-enders that might have like bet the flop. It's one of those things, sometimes people call a merge. Sometimes you get better hands to fold. Sometimes you get worse hands to call, which would be draws on this board. Whatever it is, it's going to work. Posturing be damned. There is no way you can call this off with 8 high. So Neil is back in it. What do you think of that, chat?
Oh, he's going to show. Okay, so he must have been bluffing.
Yeah, he was bluffing,
yeah.
I guess, yeah.
Yeah.
And Saransh just absorbs the information, nods. Not sure Neil needed to show that, but it's a psychological battle.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
Exactly 2-1 chip lead for
Yeah,
Saransh.
no, he's got like 11 bigs, so quite a few limping strategies going on here. Blind versus blind. With the one big blind ante, I assume you play 100% of your hands.
Yeah, well, Saransh with the chip lead certainly has been doing that. Neil can be a bit choosier. Saransh has been mixing it up, by the way. Limp 3 deuce suited, 3x open 10 deuce suited.
3x? Wow.
And flatted 9-8 off, so very unpredictable. Fine line between unpredictable and sometimes just wrong.
Yeah.
In poker, that's the name of the game.
King 7, I think, is strong enough just to limp. Right, you can cooler quite a few other hands. Oh, he's going to get jammed on here.
Yeah, he is. I'd much prefer the jam from King 7, but he has... I mean, any king certainly is supposed to jam there, but Great timing.
Yeah, I
Would have
think
run
in like
into
the very, very new solver era, a lot of these hands really just like to call and play post flop. Right, King 7 is just so strong and it dominates so many hands. So much 7x from your opponent, so you just get to make more money by coolering your opponent there. But it might be a little bit different because one big blind ante is massive. In a normal tournament format, you would see a 0.2 big blind ante, you know, 0.10, 0.1 for each player.
Yeah, it's been a sort of an ongoing discussion. A lot of tournaments eliminating or halving the ante when it gets to heads up, sometimes to three-handed. As it stands, Neil takes a bit of a hit, but great timing from a results perspective. Him not jamming could have saved his tournament life, and that's the way it goes sometimes. I know what I'd be doing there, jamming the King 7, looking at the charts, being like, aha, made the perfect decision, running into King Jack and being like, oh well. But I was talking to Nikita about this. You know, she's lost some huge hands and huge spots, and they've been on live streams, so I'm familiar with them, and including losing Ace Queen versus Ace King for the title of a huge prestigious tournament. And, you know, I asked her if a pro at her level is capable of somehow still patting yourself on the back and being like, hey, you still made a good decision. In fact, you'd be like, that's it, that's all that matters. And she said, yeah, pretty much, if you zoom out enough.
Yep. I mean, but any live stream, if you make the correct decision but lose the hand, you are going to get ripped to shreds online.
Yeah. And she brought up a great mental hack that I think is like very obvious, but essentially you have to ask yourself how many bad beats you gave to get to, let's just say, heads up, right? So
yeah,
have to keep that in mind. As it stands, I'm looking at the stack, Sam, and it's not looking great. We're down to 7.5 bigs versus 25, 3.5 to 1 chip lead. I was talking right before you joined us in the booth about crucial milestones and heads up, and we all know 3 to 1.
Yeah.
3.5 to 1 is not where you want to be, so I think Neil needs to find some jam spots. Another king, and it's the deuce variety. This is a definite jam because, of course, you don't want to be going post-flop with these kind of hands. I think Neil knows it now, considering he's down to just, is it 7 bigs? Yeah. He's also going to recognize the lack of momentum. He goes all in.
Nice. Yeah, the offsuit King X like to jam a bit more.
Yeah, I also think he's intuited his way to knowing that it's the right thing to do. You know, we mentioned he might not be as familiar with ranges, but the way the momentum is going, he knows he needs to take down this hand, and the king is going to be good enough.
Yeah.
Very well done. What a difference one hand can make. It's 2.5 to 1 now.
Yeah.
Tournament player for the flag B, table 24 is available.
As we hear announcements at the back for, was it the mystery bounty, you think?
Yes. Yep. They're actually still playing the National Cup.
Oh, of course. It has to go down to the winner today.
Yeah. Yeah, they're still battling it out.
Let's check out some live updates. apt.poker is where you can do that, along with me. Mystery Bounty had 717 entrants in just Flight 1A. Incredible showing. Just amazing support. Flight B had 335 registration open not too long ago. So this is going to be a big one, about a 500 USD entry. 10 million Taiwanese dollars guaranteed. The APT just going from strength to strength, all thanks to the show out of the players. In case you're watching from, let's just say, the Eastern Hemisphere, go to apt.poker, see what appeals to you, and consider joining us.
We have a flop here, Neil, with bottom 2 on King 9-3 Rainbow.
Oh my.
No Terror likes to get quite aggressive here.
Fires a 1 big blind donation for the moment. Now heads up, bottom 2 is just so strong.
Oh, it's a monster.
Rainbow board like this. There's nothing for Neil to do but just call. And once again, he intuits his way to the absolutely correct decision. Even though he's out of position, it's not easy to do this. He's taking the variance.
Oh, look at that turn. Gives Terror an open ender. SPR is just over 1. He might just shove here.
Well, we saw Neil donk bet on the turn. Not this time. This time he has the goods. Last time around he was bluffing with bottom pair. And just the right amount of equity picked up by Saransh. Can he pull the trigger? It's gone from 5% to 18%. And when you have 5 high, that's not too shabby. Would get snap called, of course.
It's an awkward stacked up to bet here, because if you bet and get jammed on, you hate life. And you most likely have to fold your open ender. And then overbetting doesn't make sense with your value on such a dry board. But yeah, he does go for the all-in, and we get snapped off here.
Here we go. Chat is going to lose it because Neil is 82% for the full double.
Oh, 10 of spades, and he fades it. Neil finding a double up and the chip lead now.
That's how quick things can turn in heads up. Saransh looking mighty disappointed. And what a great flat call on the flop by Neil. This is exactly why you do it. Especially against an opponent like Saransh. And this guy looks cool as a cucumber, Sam. I spoke to Parth, who joined us in the booth right before you left, and he said he interacted with Neil and in fact flew in with him from Bombay, I believe. And this is just this guy's vibe. Like, he just is, everything's just gravy, you know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah, you can see it.
Talk about soaking it in between the two. Nice tap on the table there by Saransh, the consummate professional. I was going to say between the two. Certainly Saransh has tons more experience, heads up and otherwise. So you certainly wouldn't be able to tell watching Neil play. Let's go, say people in chat. Swapnil, clearly a Neil supporter. Sam, if I could take an aside here and just point out some quick currency conversion I just did. The National Cup, as you know, about a $314 buy-in.
Yes.
Incredible scenes yesterday as we had queues going all the way around the block almost, despite there being rain to deal with. And once again, much gratitude for the support. The prize pool ends up so massive. First place, almost 80,000 USD.
That is insane. Was that
That's
300 buy-ins?
250x.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Wow-wiwa, as they used to say.
Yeah.
That's the opening event. That is just massive. I think 12 runners still fighting it out over there.
Ooh, queens versus queen 7 off.
It's been limped. 10 bigs precisely. Blinds are 50,000, 100,000.
Yeah, he can go for a small raise here or go for the trap.
I feel like he's capable of going for all of it as well. Goes big, the 3x. We saw him take a spot like this earlier on in the table. It wasn't heads up, of course, but you know, just staying very balanced with his shoves, including the monsters.
I think 300 is a little too big on this stack depth. I think you can go like 2.2 here.
The thing is, it all just appears so strong, and then when you go to 2.2, yeah, you do get your opponent to essentially go with the pot odds and put some more chips in the middle. But with queens, you're a bit afraid of letting the king x's.
Well, king x and ace x will reshove on you, so you don't really have to worry about those too much. So you don't really need that much protection, because if you raise and then they're going to fold king 4 off, but they're going to jam on you with like king 10 suited. So
Yeah,
the overcards don't really matter too much in that spot.
That's true. That's true.
And then you get a working more bluffs, which is always fun, right? You get to re-raise your 9-3 off and make them fold 9-6 off.
That is the problem. You have to be balancing by raising 9-3 off to 2.2x, which
Yeah.
not too many sickos are doing out there. This is a tough one. 6-2 soft. He's absolutely refused to fold any holding on the button, and the streak continues. Limps 6-2s.
Oh. Yeah, I prefer a raise.
Neil has 1 pip better.
Yeah. Most likely going to be a chop. Yeah, with these like real junky hands, I think you just want to raise and take it down, and then you can balance out with your queens and jacks and stuff.
But Sam, look how even the stacks are. Just a dead heat.
Yeah.
Dead heat with these hands.
I mean, this could be the final hand. It's a cooler. Oh, Neil going to lead out here.
Love it.
How does he know?
How does he know?
Wow. How does he do it?
What's funny is he can't even rep a king, considering he was limped to on the button and did not raise or jam. So,
yeah.
How does he know? Aggression, aggression, aggression. That is the name of the game in poker in general, but heads up, it's an indispensable part of being able to win. Neil has just absolutely crushed, I would say, the second half of this event, really. Ever since he got the chip lead. Barely a misstep. In cruise control, and most importantly, his demeanor and just stoicness on the table, I think, is going a long way. I bet Saransh, with all his experience, is a bit rattled at facing somebody who's just this sort of a cool customer, as I called him.
Yeah, yeah. He looks like he's doing all right. Going for the raise here? Yeah, we are.
Such different strategies, as we can see. Saransh playing 100% of hands with a bunch of limps. Neil decides to min-raise with the 10-6 suited. Saransh has the pretty looking suited one gapper, and it comes 6-6 tray. Easy life. That chip lead is about to be massively extended. Almost gets the check mark on the flop itself.
Yeah, 96%. He's just got a few backdoor straight draws and backdoor trip draws. Nice trap. How does he know? Oh, look at that turn, giving him a double gutter.
The perfect card for Neil to get some value, but Saransh has picked up a ton of equity. I think we're going to see some chips get into the middle. The only question is, who wants to do it first? Saransh has 9 high, so he might want to bet or semi-bluff with his equity. 500k in the middle, 900k behind. Decides to check, and I suspect it's with the intention of check calling, considering he has 2 overs and the double gut shot.
Or check raising, maybe.
Or check raising, great point.
Yeah, he could check shove. It's a small bet.
Actually, that is a great point, considering the check on the flop. With the exception of 6s, Neil's range is a bit capped. Could have maybe some monster over pairs that are not afraid of letting a card peel, like kings and aces.
Yeah.
That is a very, very narrow range, and Saransh could think he has a ton of fold equity here.
Yeah, because if he's just now stabbing like ace-king, something like that, or some sort of ace-highs, or perhaps a diamond draw, they kind of have to fold to a jam. I think he's going to do it.
He's getting such great odds. I do find this interesting dynamic when, if you're getting fantastic odds, sometimes you're tempted to just draw.
Mm-hmm.
You're essentially getting the right price to call here, so you can't be wrong just calling, right?
Yeah.
Plus EV for sure. Even if his opponent has the worst possible holding, which he effectively does, only 6-4, I suppose, would be worse. Check raise it is.
Yeah. And it's a check raise, not all in. I like it.
Yeah, the stack, I guess, a bit awkward. He'd be overbetting if he check raise jam, but he also leaves himself the potential to fold it.
Yeah, it's a re-raise fold. I think it would just be a pot-sized raise if he did.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, which is a little big. I mean, when you get jammed on here and you have to fold a double gutter, you kind of want to throw up a bit. But
yeah, does Neil jam?
Yeah.
Though? I mean, firstly, music to his ears. I mean, once in a while.
Oh yeah, there we go. Very quick jam. Oh no, call.
Yeah, he just calls. Once in a while, Saransh could have backed into essentially a super lucky 4-deuce kind of straight, 7-4, something like that. That would play the same way. But, you know, in that case, all the money's going in anyway. And I think the graphics were off. And
Oh no, it wasn't all in.
yeah, they do
Yeah.
cover the action, but based on facial expressions and the murmuring to oneself, I
Yeah.
think the worst fear has come true, which you just said. And what are you to do? I mean,
You gotta
I hate
fold.
to say it. Yeah, you
Yeah.
just have to just let it go. On to the next one.
Yeah, you can't ever assume your overcards are good here. So you only have 4 clean outs maybe.
It took me a moment to even think about what you beat with overcards, but I suspect 10-8, 8-7 suited, of course. But
Yeah.
yeah, you can never be good. So
Yeah.
let's go and look at that 500K for Saransh, and Neil is breathing a sigh of relief, I think.
Yeah.
Even though he had the best of it.
It was a nice decision to check raise not all in. I like it.
Yeah, and a great decision by Neil as well with the 2 flush draws on the board to deny all the equity he could, and that's exactly what he did. Over 100 people watching across YouTube, Twitch, Facebook, and Natural Aid India channel as well, come to think of it. Haven't been checking that. Just here on the APT channel with you guys, but the support for Neil has been fantastic. Saransh is fine. Doesn't need much support. Another day at the office, as they say.
Yeah, so he's only got 5 big blinds now, so now it really is just shove or fold.
Yeah, Queen 5, good enough. Suited.
Yeah.
It's even better.
Yeah, for sure. Jack 7. Flick it in.
It's a close one, but again, we deduced that Neil probably doesn't know, heads up push fold charts, and again, he's been very, very good at intuiting them to a certain extent, and he realizes he doesn't want to give Saransh the opportunity to come back in the game too easily.
Mm-hmm.
First hand only SK. Double. एक बार और डबल अप उसके बाद फिर से छंगी कैसे दिखा दिया तूने यार ऊपर किया था वाह
Mystery Bounty Hunter Flight B. Players holding ticket.
All right, Queen deuce off. 7 big blinds effective.
Number 25.
I actually don't know if this was a jam or not.
Players
On
holding
7.
ticket number 25 for Mystery Bounty Hunter
Does go
Flight
for it.
B. They take on to the collector area and take your seat. I repeat, players holding on to ticket number 25.
Gets away with that one.
Yeah, it's better queen to fold.
Mystery Bounty Hunter Flight B.
That is a fantastic result, I think. Saransh a bit quick letting that go. I mean, given that he has 5 bigs, ante in play. Could have thought about
he had
it.
7.
Yeah, 7, 2 of them committed,
Yeah.
of course. Yeah, could have thought about it.
Yeah, I think
He wants to be the
suited queen-
aggressor.
Oh, I can't remember.
It's close.
Yeah, I think it's like very on the cusp there. He probably knows a lot better than us.
The thing is, online, Sam, you don't get to practice with antes,
Yeah, yeah, true.
with these level of antes, essentially. What you've been talking about, putting in the full ante, changes the dynamics a lot. But he wants to be the aggressor, and there you go. Queen 8 is going to be good enough. 5 bigs. This is far from over. Oh, Queen 8 as well.
Oh, what a cooler. So sick.
And how about Neil calling it off? Confidently.
Yeah.
One of my favorite hands.
Yeah, you know what he just said is that you're calling off Queen 8, and I just folded Queen 5 suited on the big blind.
Wow.
That's another reason you want the chip lead, by the way. It allows you to make arguably better, looser, aggressive, and correct decisions.
Mm-hmm. And chop it up.
That's the chop. The cast in chat says Neil OP. That is right. Currently, he is certainly OP. He has a huge chip lead.
Do you know what I hate? Is getting it all in pre-flop with the exact same hand. If it's a home game, I will ask just to not run the board and
Oh,
just
I know
chop
what you
it.
mean.
Yeah.
I know what you mean.
It doesn't feel good when you win in that spot, and it feels terrible when you lose in that spot.
So because I play so many heads up, sit and goes, I play on this website. I won't name it, but the RNG is such that what the cards are going to be is effectively pre-decided, right? Like
Yep.
once the hand is dealt, right?
Yeah.
Which is pretty common. If it's going to be a chop, even before a card comes out, it shows the chips chop up in the middle.
Oh.
Right? And because I play so many and I'm used to muscle memory, you get it in, and even if it's like not the same hand, but it's like, A7, A8 or something, I know when it's going to be a chop. I can almost divert my attention to a different table or something.
Yeah.
And then sometimes you get in with the same hand,
Yeah.
and your brain just reflexively looks, and the chips haven't split, and you're like,
Oh, no.
Which way is it going to go?
Yeah.
And then sometimes it's like ace-king versus maybe ace-king suited or something, and you're like, yeah, that's...
You have 2 flush draws.
I know you think, right? But you're just like, oh, just why do I know this in advance? Like, this is so brutal.
That is a very big sweat.
It's a software glitch that just like pisses me off.
Yeah. Have you ever lost the aces versus aces?
Not that I can
Or
remember
won it?
precisely. Yeah. Not aces versus aces. Probably every other permutation.
Yeah.
I do remember the big one for one drop, $1 million buy-in.
Yep.
Aces versus aces.
Oh,
One of the
yes.
worst beats of all time.
Yeah. Wasn't it the bubble?
I don't think it was the bubble, but
No.
it was like, yeah, I mean, it was the biggest tournament of all time, and you
Yeah.
lose aces to aces.
Whoa, 6-3 off.
Yeah, this is interesting, Sam. Saransh has not folded a single button, and I think that 50,000 was a bit crucial.
Oh, no, sorry, he called. Okay, he was limping the 6-3.
Yeah, he limped every button at the minimum so far. Sometimes he's raised it up. Neil attacks with a jack-8. I certainly think he's sort of has had the momentum advantage. To state the obvious, given the chip stack, but also just confidence. Called off the queen-8. Just went all in with jack-8, diamonds over there. Man, it's like a Terminator. He just wants to like finish the job.
Yeah.
Just non-stop working towards his goal.
Queen 7.
Insta jam.
All the chips in.
Oh,
Oh,
ace-9,
here we go.
I was asking. No, he didn't know. He was asking. I'm calling, but I was asking. Okay, call.
Some dealer communication gap that frankly does not matter. 4 bigs plus the ante in the middle. So nice little 900k pot for Saransh to pick up. It would certainly bring him back into this match. He's 63% to double up here. It's never over till it's over. Jamming these queen 7s, jack 10s at this blind level and stack depth is a part of heads up, and you just have to hope for the best. And ace right on the flop, some backdoors possible, but 10% equity left for Neil. Turn could just end it.
8 of spades would be cool. No.
As a frequent APT commentator likes to mention, Adi Vadvani always is looking for blood.
Yes.
That's what you were doing there, asking for the 8 of spades.
I just want to sweat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There we go. Sometimes the roller coaster goes exactly like this. A 2-1 chip lead still for Neil, but Saransh back within striking distance. One double up and the stacks would be flipped. Vikas says last hand, not exactly Vikas. This is heads up we're talking about.
No, 320, 20.
some communication and counting gap, but why don't we take this moment to shout out the dealers here. This is day 1 of the stream, day 2 of the event. Some of the games being dealt out there, Sam, include things like a 9-game mix between triple draws and obviously razzes and the works, and these dealers just do an absolutely top-notch job. And then our streaming table, see our lovely dealer, I apologize, I'm not familiar with her name, but
I believe it's Anna.
Anna, there we go. And the amount of extra responsibility and processes you need to know to be part of the streaming table. You can see they're wearing the headset, which means they're actually communicating with our stream team, trackers, amongst other things, dealing special RFID cards. Very, very difficult job that they make look easy, so a huge shout out to them.
I think we're going to see a limp here.
Precedent suggests. Pocket 5s for Neil, easy life, easy jam.
Yeah, get it in.
He's going for the raise, it seems, not just the jam. Talk about being balanced. $3X, I believe.
250. 2.5, yeah.
My, that's small.
Yeah, it makes sense in this stack depth. But I think 5s just want to get it in. There's every flop is going to have probably 2 to 3 overcards.
Oh, wow. Saraj continuing with the 6-3 off.
Wow.
Well, we just talked about how hands such as huge pocket pairs would do this. He was suggesting this raise size with the pocket queens. Saraj, having done this himself with the pocket queens, he made a 3x. Continuing with the 6-3 is just madness. And 8-8-5 on the flop. Neil flops his opponent dead. Running 6 is the only savior.
Or
running
running
eights.
eights.
Yeah, that's always a fun one. That might be the worst beat of all time. We just
I've pulled that on someone.
Really?
Yeah.
In this exact scenario, your 6 kicker playing.
Yeah,
would
yeah,
be
that's crazy.
insane.
Yeah.
Anyway, Neil gets the job done. I think Saran should be regretting that pre-flop decision.
Yeah,
it is just
yeah.
far too loose. Oh, and Neil showed. Yeah, I don't know about that. I don't know if you want to be showing your 2.5x limp attacking range, but you know, it's worked for him so far. Plus, it's exciting to flop a full house. You want to share it with someone immediately.
Especially heads up.
But little does Neil know, he's sharing it with over 105 people on the stream. Most of them seem to support him. Guys, we're approaching the tail end of this heads-up battle here, most likely, given where the blinds are. This is your moment. One last shout-out for Neil in the stream. I can promise you he's going to go back and watch the stream. By the way, our comments remain visible. And by the way, while we have you hit the subscribe button? This is the first time I'm asking all stream. So you have to be nice and subscribe if you're not to the APT. Let's not forget, Neil has a main event ticket. And if you want to follow his journey in the main event, you want to be subscribed. And while we're at it, let's get that like counter up as well. You'd be amazed how much it helps us promote the stream and promote poker in Asia. So, people in chat, I want to see the like counter go up, and please do hit subscribe.
All right, blinds are up 60K, 120K.
You know, all things considered, Saransh is still very much in this match. I just saw the stacks, 5.8 bigs versus 16. One double up, and he has the chip lead. Chat, not one like has increased. What is going on? Okay, a few coming in. I appreciate it. We're glad to have you one way or the other. Vikas in chat asks, where and when is the next APT? Well, glad you asked, Vikas. 28th of October is
Ooh,
APT
here we
Manila.
go. Ace King, 68% for Neil, all in versus the Queen 3 offsuit.
Oh my, Vikas, hold that thought. We will tell you about APT Manila in a moment. You can always check the website. But here we have what could be the last hand of this amazing Natural 8 India battle. And these two rivals have certainly been going at it. Two live ones for Saransh and a king on the flop. Surely this is curtains for what has been a fantastic performance by the chip leader coming into the table. But Mr. Neil Pednekar, I believe is his last name, gets the job done, gives it a woo. A well-deserved display of emotion and a fist bump. We have a champion, an APT Lion winner, 240,000 richer, comes all the way to Taipei and wins the Natural 8 India APT Taipei event, as we have Parth talking
That
to
is
him.
the end of the Natural 8 India APT Taipei exclusive event, and we have our winner. It's Neil Pednekar. Neil, how do you feel?
Bro, ecstatic.
Yeah, I mean, this guy is a man of few words.
No, I'm gonna get that trophy, bro. Show it to my friends. They're all watching. Shout out to my friends.
Oh, nice.
Yeah.
How was the whole experience, man?
Bro, this is my first live tournament. This is a lively place. I don't know. I'm having fun.
Absolutely, and you're very calm. You were very calm on the tables. How did that go? But in fact, I've been interacting with you since yesterday. You are like that kind of guy. What was the entire final table like?
Calm and lucky. First hand was ace king, doubled up straight away. So, I don't know. I gotta thank the gods.
Absolutely. Absolutely, okay. It's time for the trophy now, Neil. I'm going to invite the Natural 8 India CEO, Mr. Kunal Patni, to hand over the trophy to you. Let's go for that. Woo! Let's give it up for Neil Pednekar, taking it down.
Well done.
Wow, fantastic. His first live event, picking up an APT Lion trophy. That is some run good and some very good poker played from his very first ever live tournament.
I'm super impressed. I think he held his own. I think he called himself calm and lucky, and if there's a couple of things you want to be in poker, it's calm and lucky. Certainly a winning combination and a winning attitude, I must say. Lucky, of course, being tongue-in-cheek. He battled over 250 players to get down to the final table, and we saw every hand he played on the final table, and no surprise, he's at the winning end of this Natural 8 India APT event. That's a wrap on our very first event of the streaming schedule, but that means we're just getting started. Just in an hour or so, we're going to have the Natural 8 Hong Kong table. Of course, we have plenty of other Natural 8 events as well. We have the APT Thailand event. We have a Beat the Pros event, which has a few interesting characters, including our own Michael Soisa. That's going to be an interesting one to cover with you, Sam. But don't forget all the crucial events at the APT, including the Superstar Challenge, the High Roller, and the main event. The actual event kicks off tomorrow with Flight 1A, and the streaming kicks off in a few days with Day 2. It's all coming towards you. For those of you watching from India, thanks a lot. Neil shouted out all his friends. Make sure you hit the subscribe and like. Any closing thoughts as we wrap up the first event of the streaming schedule here, Sam?
No, just a big congratulations to our very first stream winner. They will be playing in the main event, and hopefully can take that down for over $400,000. But that is it from us. We will see you at the Natural 8 Hong Kong.
to Asia's largest online poker room. Our next generation poker software is now initiating. Elevate your online experience with a wide variety of poker variations to choose from. Get fully immersed with fun and social features. Level up your game with PokerCraft and Smart HUD. Unlock a wealth of rewards including cashback, bonuses, and jackpots. Join world-class poker tournaments featuring some of the world's most renowned brands and the largest guaranteed prize pools in the world. Experience the best in customer service and hassle-free transactions for a seamless online gaming experience. With online poker available on all your devices, you'll be able to play your favorite games anytime, anywhere. Sign up now and elevate your online poker experience today.